Okay, testing. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Testing. Alright, looks like YouTube is live. And it looks like Twitch is live. Alright, testing volume. Awesome. We got a response there. It's pretty good. Awesome. We got a response there. It's pretty good. Awesome. We got a response there. It's pretty good. Awesome. We got a response there. It's pretty good. And we're going to test YouTube side. YouTube, how everything's going over here. Alright, looks like YouTube is live. And beautiful. Alright. So, let's kick things off with a little prelude music.
Like a thunder that swings so cool and sways so gentle that when she passes, each one she passes goes. But I watch her so sadly. How can I tell her straight ahead not at me? Tall and tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes I smile, but she doesn't see. Por causa do amor. Você é do cor dourado, do sol do Ipanema, o seu balançado parece um poema, é a coisa mais linda que eu já vi passar. But I watch her. Por causa do amor. She just doesn't.
That I had thrown together because everyone wants to hear good music, and while that wasn't, up to the highest tier, it was something that I was trying to work on. So, hopefully it doesn't annoy you guys too much. I like it. I mean, it's got a little bit of a spot there, but work in progress is I like it, right? Works in progress.
When she passes, each one she passes goes. When she walks, she's like a thunder that swings so cool and sways so gentle that when she passes, each one she passes goes. But I watch her so sadly. How can I tell her straight ahead not at me? Tall and tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes I smile, but she doesn't see. Doesn't see, por causa do amor. Você é do cor dourado, do sol do Ipanema, o seu balançado parece um poema, é a coisa mais linda que eu já vi passar. But I watch her. Por causa do amor. She just doesn't.
Hopefully, so that one we've tested before and it doesn't get me restricted. So why don't we try another one that hopefully will not get us restricted. That also sounds pretty good. Let's try this one. This one's one of the ones I like. hit Poker Night the Inventory. Give them the limited option. We may introduce the Poker Night the Inventory 2 just to get things a little fresh. Also plan on playing some placeholders. We're looking at some One Piece videos. We're going to play some T4 2. We're going to play with some dinosaurs. Primal Carnage. I have some other videos mixed in here just in case, but you know, and I make no misjudgments or anything like that. A lot of things are going to be fighting over the crowd right now. So we'll just see how things go as I enjoy this tonight. And if anyone happens to pop by, hello in advance, and I hope you enjoy the time here. Yeah, I guess if you guys have any requests, please drop them down below, and yeah, that's how things go. Hopefully this will get recorded better songs that I was listening with. Of course, none of these are my own solos, but they are mashups that I found great. And I think it really did a great job. You have to search through and sort of play a lot with the algorithm to see how it actually makes up. Capture give it a look, and we'll see how. This is called Dance in the Sweet Memories of Hyrule. At least that's why I titled it. Let's see here. We'll drop. 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 Okay, well that was a thing. Okay, well that was a thing. But technical difficulties. Am I right, folks? It's one of the funs of doing it live. But yeah, we will also type in new because we are a new channel and new channel. We'll see how this plays out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Anything else we want to add here? You know, that's probably going to be looking like our expectation tonight. We'll see how this goes. To respond. Yeah, my R key doesn't work, so I actually had to remap it. One of the enjoyable parts of doing show business, I guess. But, you know, wasn't planning on making a career out of this, but hopefully if things go well, if I enjoy it after this, you know, introductory period or whatnot, then, yeah, then I can get some enjoyment out of it. And then I can try pushing forward for this as a second career. And that is because I am needing the extra cash. But hopefully I have fun with this. Hopefully this is more than just a hobby. But we'll see how things go, you know? You never know how things may play out. So I'm going to type this out here that way in case people join later, then they know I'll get to them. But yeah, had to remap the R button. So it's a little wonky in the typing there. So hello everyone, we'll try to respond periodically working this myself. Sorry if I don't respond super quick because of it. Oakley dokley. Thanks for stopping by, even if you choose not to stay. Just saying hi before leaving is cool enough. Best of luck to ya. May you be blessed with wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Okay, so that should hopefully be there for anyone on Twitch who happens to stop by, and they'll have some time because I will be in game and I am currently running a check. Oh, did this get stalled? Is video buffering? Use the low latency toggle under the advanced menu in settings to disable low latency. Well, hopefully everything's okay. I assume it is. Are we still live? How do I? It doesn't show me being live on the app here. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, we're live. Activity. Yeah, so I'm still trying to figure this stuff out, guys. So my apologies in advance. I will have the Twitch version open on my phone, and we'll be checking that periodically, because once we're in game, it is unlikely I can check how everything is. Pretty cool, because what you see is what I see too. Yeah. Cool. Sorry, people on YouTube. I'm just connected recently, and as you might have been able to tell from previous video, the mic didn't work at all last time. So yeah, we will get this thing rolling. Ladies and gentlemen, I couldn't afford an intro, so I borrowed this one. Yeah, I don't know much about football. You know, everyone else around me apparently seems to love the stuff. You know, I'd rather be playing the sport than watching it. But yeah, so for those of you just joining us, our game plan for tonight is we're going to start off with some Poker Night at the Inventory, and we're going to try and see if we can play a couple hands without getting too much in debt. Then we're going to move on to Toy Soldiers here. Maybe play a level or two of that. Shouldn't take too long for that one. We're going to try and play a couple rounds of Team Fortress 2. Then we're going to try and move on and play a round or two of Primal Carnage, depending on... Sometimes those rounds can last a little bit longer, but that'll be our Dino segment right there. Depending on the direction of how the night goes, or, you know, whether people want to see the other content or not, we will be moving on to... If the night's young enough, we'll probably try and move on to Tomb Raider. I've never played it before, but that could be something new. But we're going to cap off the night with some One Piece videos that I have lined up here from creators that I want to see, and I'm interested to see, you know, what they're thinking the projection of the series is going in, so that'll be fun to look at with you guys. And then I have some Hot Wheels videos to look up to sort of end the night. You know, I know Hot Wheels probably isn't the biggest thing on Twitch and or YouTube, but we're going to try and start the series over. Oh boy. We're going to try and bite the bullet and start the world race over again. Hopefully, once it's recorded this time, that'll be it. We won't have to run through it a third time. That'll be bad. We can make some commentary on that, because, oh boy, that world race was a tough nut to chew. Let me tell you what, son. So I will suffer that again for you guys. All 1 to possibly 2 of you who may come across this thing here. Hopefully not my coworkers yet. If one of my coworkers does end up watching this, hi guys, thanks for stopping by. Hopefully things aren't too crazy for you. Feel free to skip ahead to whatever interests you. We've got, dinosaurs, cars, FPS, poker, but we got a little mix of everything. For tonight. So that's our lineup for tonight. So let's crack this open with some Poker Night of the Inventory. I'll run through the animation again at the beginning, just for those of you who don't want to look at the previous video, because none of my commentary was there. That's fine. We're just starting out with this channel. No idea how far it'll go, if it has legs or not, or what the future holds. So we hope you guys enjoy the smooth offerings of Steam interrupting and notification for some video games that we have coming up. That's fine. That's cool. I mean, whatever. And then we shall enter into Poker Night at the Inventory. For those of you who do not know, this is the first of the 2 Poker Night games, where they take several different characters from the different franchises and they mash them together and have them play poker with each other. And you are invited. So, let's see. It's a very secretive place here. Quite the fancy establishment we've got going on here. A little dim and dark, but not too bad. They even have a magic bookcase. Very suspicious.
Oh, hello there. Another enthusiast, I presume.
You have presumed
How
correctly,
good it is to see a fresh face here at the inventory. I imagine you're here for the card game with the fellows downstairs.
Yes, quite right.
Let me lead you down there.
I like your sailor hat, sir. I don't think we're anywhere near water, but the look is good for you.
A first-timer, hmm? I'm a bit more familiar with the benefactions of the club.
Yes.
The club was founded in 1919 in response to an early draft of the 18th Amendment. Through back channels, it was learned that this vile piece of legislation would not only outlaw libations, but games and amusements that could also threaten the world-renowned determination and productivity of the American workforce. Ah, can you imagine? Games outlawed!
Outrageous.
Nevertheless,
sir.
this club has been here in secret ever since, just in case those in charge get another bee in their bonnet.
I don't know what that is.
So, welcome, and enjoy yourself.
Sir,
Your table. Hey, gentlemen. I hope there is room at the table for a fifth.
Ha! Fresh meat!
Very well. In concordance with the house rules of the inventory set forth by Mr. Kent upon the club's founding, any congregation of 5 players around a no-limit hold'em table must play for the house stakes of $75.
This is not too much.
Of course, these stakes were set in 1910, and with inflation, let's see. Tonight's buy-in will then be $10,000.
Yeah, I got the cash.
Here you go!
Chump change, I say! Chump change!
Well, this is embarrassing. I generally walk around with large bricks of money with which to buy into backroom card games, but I'm a little light this evening. Anyway, I think this should even it up.
What you got? That's, a watch?
The game will be No Limit Texas Hold'em. I will periodically raise the blinds. May the best player win.
Thank you, sir. I shall try my best. Alright, so one of the cool mechanics about this franchise is that with each game, each character that you see at the board that you play against ends up, at some point, potentially, leveraging a special item. As we saw from the man in blue there, Tycho, he threw forth a watch. And from these different items that they send out are different items that can be played for different games. So, for example, Tycho's watch ends up being a special cosmetic that can be found in this game for the game TF2, and it is used for the character of the spy, which allows you to turn invisible. So let's see here. We've got an ace and a 6. Not too bad. I will call.
Maybe. I'll call that.
Oh, I'm calling.
Well done. Check.
One of the neat things about this game is that you can end up picking up some additional lore from the other characters.
You know, this place has been around for almost 100 years.
Wow, that's older than some frozen burritos I've sucked down.
This was the original location of Dix and Kent's Games and Amusements Factory, founded in 1899. When Kent found out that an early draft of the 18th Amendment contained a clause outlawing the sale of games and amusements, he opened this place in secret so makers and enthusiasts would always have a place to go. Hence the tight security and pat-down at the door.
I just thought they were being courteous.
So, one of the things that I'm going to try and do is hopefully get a little bit of capital here.
Ooh,
okay.
Kicking my butt.
Whatever.
Fold.
Hottest friend. Big friend.
This is where I kick back and relax,
Okay.
ladies.
So usually...
Okay, I call.
Okay, so this isn't exactly the best position to be in. Oh, this is bad. This is very, very bad. Oh, this is how we say not good. So, he has 3 9s, so this may just kick us right out of the game.
Very good.
The player has a pair of 9s.
Yeah.
The heavy has 3 of a kind. The heavy wins the hand.
Okay,
Maybe
so...
you feel better if we play for less money?
Not
or
the
sweets?
best way to start off the night, but that's fine.
Player has
Yeah,
been
that's fine.
eliminated from play.
If it matters, I never thought you could win.
Generally, as you see, we have a current balance of plus 10,000. That's because if you win one round against, all 4, you end up getting 40,000. And so, let's steal a new game. That is kind of our situation here. Let's see.
Oh, this is embarrassing. I generally walk around with large bricks of money with which to buy into backroom card games, but I'm a little light this evening. Anyway, I think this should even it up.
So, each one is character specific. That's fine. We just need to win, a round or 2.
Okay,
We'll see how things
I
go.
raised.
I am raising.
The goal is to leave this game tonight not in the
Fold.
negative. So, we'll see how things go. Not the best hand. Let's fold for now.
I'm in.
I'm going all in.
I will call.
I call.
Okay, so apparently, one of those 3 is going to end up with a very hefty hand. Let's see what they... Yeah, it's kind of gross. Let's see what they kind of got here. Okay, so,
Oh,
been helpful, I guess. We would have had a pair there. But Heavy would have had a pair of kings. So far, and of course Strong Bad already had a pair of jacks in his hands. Yeah, Strong Bad. When he goes all in,
Good.
that's when you gotta
Max
know it's time
has
to
ace
pull out,
high.
son,
Strong
because
Bad has a pair of jacks.
he
The heavy
usually has
has a
something
pair of
cooking.
kings. The heavy wins the hand.
My cards are better than yours. Don't cry. It is better to just hide in shame.
Max has been eliminated from play.
Next time, I'll rethink my strategy of bet every time my belly button itches.
Strongbad has been eliminated from play.
I don't even know why I sign up for these things. Lame appearance fees just get gobbled up by the cheats Jaffa Cake's problem anyhow.
So how long you been with those Team Fortress fellas? That seems like steady work.
I do not understand.
The game's been on Steam for like 3 years. I imagine there was an audition process.
Oh, yes, I understand. I kill many men very quickly.
Excuse me?
I kill record number of soldiers, and I am commissioned to join the Red Team.
Czech City, USA.
So... Okay, so we need to have the same suit. So... I don't think we're gonna be doing too well with this. We'll do one more.
This is okay.
Okay.
I check.
So this is not looking too good.
I'm
for
betting.
us. I'm gonna let those two duke it out. I'm gonna.
In Motherland, we quit when we are dead. I fold.
Tycho wins the hand.
Okay, it kind
I
of
fold
looks
too.
like
I mean, I win. Tight.
like he was really just out to get me. So yeah, that's not the best situation, but it's fine. We can make this work. Probably.
I raise.
Call.
Not a bad hand. We can work with this.
Heavy. Concerning your firearm, what sort of caliber are we talking?
Big.
Like what? We talking 300 Weatherby mag here?
Bigger.
50 cal, thereabouts?
Bigger than 50 caliber. They are handmade custom tooled cartridges with classified diameter.
Why's that?
So enemy cannot use ammunition. But Sasha can chew through theirs.
Diabolical.
I think so.
Yeah. Okay. So part of why I chose this game is because I have no one to bounce off of. So unless you guys feel like you want to just get bored listening to me,
it's important for you to know up front that I've got your ass kicked preemptively.
Commentate on certain things. Oh boy, I'm gonna have to pull this one too. This is just...
Tycho wins the hand.
You'd think it would get tiring, winning all these pots.
Alright.
If I needed someone snuffed out, heavy weapons guy, what's your going rate?
So yeah, basically,
$500,000 US.
if you guys,
Steep.
Cash.
And you can do this discreetly?
let's go all in.
Sasha, not so discreet.
Hey,
No.
I'm calling.
Okay, so, he's got a queen and a 7. We have no idea what the cards are. Hopefully this works. Okay, we got a pair of 5. That's good, that's good. That's already good. We're already doing alright here. Okay, good. We're doing great. Okay, we just need to not blow it on this last card here, and we should be fine. Okay, this is good.
Jesus jumped up Christ!
Tycho has ace high. The player has a pair of 5s.
Woohoo!
The player wins the hand.
That's what I'm talking about. Yes, sir. Alright, and this set is looking pretty good too. We shall call.
I am going to play this one.
Check disc.
What do we got? Not the best starting.
Check. Tycho, this sweater is special equipment?
No, it's standard issue since 1998.
You have no class-specific headgear?
I've got a motorcycle helmet that gives me 100% defense against flesh-searing UV rays.
This sounds beneficial.
Especially for my skin.
Sorry, folks. Hopefully that wasn't too loud for you. I don't think we're going to be doing too well with this hand. So we're just going to check. Yeah.
I am dead.
So...
Your party enters the Chamber of Futility.
Does have something here. We're both raising 900.
Must find strength
I
to
don't
call.
want to lose it like this, but, you know, it's... I'll fold.
I can't quit now.
Tycho has a straight. The heavy has a pair of fours.
You're playing those cards, huh? You should come to our high-stakes feathers on the forehead night sometime.
Tycho wins the hand.
I figured you weren't going to like these cards.
The blinds are now 200, 400.
Alrighty. Alright, we got a 3 and a jack. Not to be confused with jack.
You match
gang.
tiny raise, tiny man.
I'll call that.
I'm thinking we'll call just to see what we got here.
Check.
I feel like I'm gonna burn through it. We'll fold
Folding
it
like
with
origami, huh?
Oh, check.
I want to have us have at least one pair on the board before going.
Checking this.
Da, I bet.
But yeah, as I was saying
Foldsville.
earlier, I wanted to choose a game that we had some
The
competition
heavy
going on
wins
in
the
background.
hand.
You
way you
didn't
guys
have
could be
to just
entertained,
give me the
if I don't
money.
really have anything
You
to
have woman?
say.
Not with me, no. But yeah, I have woman.
She is pretty.
Yeah. Cute, glasses, red hair.
She has the red hair.
No, Heavy. She is not on the other team. You don't have to kill her.
No, but I love the red hair.
Well, you can't have her either. Maybe we can work something out.
Yeah, I guess if Heavy wants your girl, he will steal your
I call.
girl. Heavy is Mr. Steal Your Girl. Alright? Not bad. I will check.
I am not betting, but I do not quit.
Okay, it looks like they're
Well,
following my lead on
I'll
this.
check.
We'll do another bet.
We raise.
I'm Audi 5000.
Okay, so it looks like Heavy, even if he may not have something, I think he's just staying in this game. I'm trying to read that face of his there. I don't quite know what to make of it. Guess I'll call. Maybe I can try scaring him away.
I am out.
Yeah.
The player wins the hand.
This is good soldier. This one is good doctor. You are demolition man.
What?
So, Heavy, find any rare drops lately?
I do not understand.
When you get a kill, sometimes you get a present, right?
When I get killed, I get honor of team. Sometimes I also get nightmares. A man does not go home to his wife and children.
So, no loot then.
Oh, you mean hat? Yes, I love hats.
I'm not gonna lie.
Sometimes I get
Heavy
these.
there was looking a little
They are
uncanny
the
valley for a
best.
second there. This hand is not looking too good for us. I have to fold. It's kind of a
All
slow
in.
burn right now, but I guess
Damn,
most poker
son.
for Texas Hold'em
Pot like that could buy a man a little giraffe time.
What?
I fold.
What is giraffe time?
The heavy wins the hand.
I win? I don't even remember cards.
Yeah, this version of Heavy is really some uncanny
Hey, Heavy,
valley
I
kind
bet you and I can talk Tetris.
Tetris is baby game.
You ever play Tetris Attack? That game keeps it hood.
Yeah, as you might be able to
Am
tell.
I right?
with some
Why
of these
does everybody
references.
think I love this Tetris? It is just stacking.
You make a decent point. It is just stacking.
This version is kind of outdated, kind of old school, I guess you could say.
I check.
Apparently, should I bluff my way there? No, but let's go for one more.
I bet.
I'm out.
I figured he'd be out.
You would fight me? It is not advisable.
Okay, let's read this face here. This face is a little different than last time. I'm gonna fold.
The heavy wins the hand.
I am always winner.
Alright, we got a 9 and 8. Not too bad, not too bad.
Nope.
He's already out already. Alright, I'll call.
All right, I raise.
I will call again. What do we got here? Let's bet.
I can call your bet and buy sandwich.
So, what do you do
Okay.
for fun, Heavy?
I
Clean
don't
Sasha,
like...
use Sasha, clean Sasha again.
Let's check.
Rubber maintenance is crucial.
I also
don't
collect
like
old
that.
coins.
It's probably got a pair.
A fellow
We have nothing on the
numismatist.
table here, but we're
Which
gonna
I melt
fold.
down to make custom bullets.
The heavy wins the hand.
I am always winner.
It's alright, guys. We got this.
The blinds are now 300, 600.
Maybe he is kind of ahead of us, though, by quite a bit. Hopefully we get something good here that we can sort of, you know, pull from. We could go all in, but we'll wait a little bit before we go all in.
Raise.
I bet the full amount.
Yavosadke.
Does he have a pair of aces? He's been folding all game. You know what I'll
An
call?
ostentatious sum.
I am in and ready to crush baby man.
I don't think you got the cards there, Tycho. Let's take a look. Okay.
Okay, I check.
Looks like Heavy doesn't have the cards there either. But then again, neither do I, so check. Yeah, this is...
I check this.
this is not looking good for us. I think it's going to come down to high card.
Easy there. Don't want to hurt yourself.
Oh, we got a pair!
I bet.
Which means Heavy may have a pair too? Trying to read that face there. He's looking something weird. I'll call.
Tycho has a pair of threes. The player has a pair of jacks.
Alright, what does Heavy have?
The heavy has ace high. The player wins the hand.
Woohoo!
I needed that one. I owe money to some very bad people.
Sorry to hear that.
The player wins the hand.
I will be taking that invisible
Tycho
watch
has
there,
been
sir.
eliminated from play.
I'm gonna miss that thing.
Hey, a watch, traditionally acquired strictly through Amicicide. The enthusiast timepiece is now yours to cherish, simply for knocking a man out of a poker tournament. Your stance. Ooh, very nice, yes. Alright, so as you can see, this one's got 4 items. That means there are 2 other items here. 3. I don't know why you said 2, but 3. Yeah, there we go. I'm gonna go back. Alright, let's see if we can knock Heavy out of this tournament. And we'll probably move on for the night.
I will play.
You will lose, big baby man. 6 and 3. You never know. They could have 6 or 3 on the board. They do not. We have a pair of 8s, a 10, 6, 3 high. Check.
I check once. Not so much fun. I am betting.
You know what? Let me read that face there, Heavy. I'll raise you.
I call this baby bet.
Okay. Not looking good for us. I don't think we can scare him this time. We may have to pull out, but let's check.
I checked too.
Okay, so he doesn't know what he has. But he may have a high card to beat us. So let's see if we can't scare him.
I raise.
Oh.
Can tiny baby arms lift this many chips? Time to show your honor. Can you beat me?
You know what? Let's all end this sucker. He said, no, well, I call.
The player has a pair of 8s. The heavy has 2 pair. The heavy wins the hand.
Yeah. Okay, so... yeah, heavy is kicking our butt here. We don't really have much of a choice, but we're gonna have to call.
I am raising.
I guess all in. Doesn't mean much for us, but 8 and ace. We just need just need them to beat him. Okay, he's already got a pair on the board. That's not good for us. We're gonna need a pair of 10s to beat his pair of 8s. And it's looking like we're probably not gonna get it, knowing my luck. Yep, what do you know?
The heavy has 2 pair. The player has a pair of kings. The heavy wins the hand.
What? You know, that's
this is easy
luck,
game.
right? You know?
The heavy wins
For
the
some
tournament.
reason, right? As a child, significantly more lucky. As an adult,
Yes.
not as lucky. Maybe Chugga Conroy sucked the luckiness right out of my soul or something. Alright, current balance is $0. We're gonna deal a new game. Because we gotta end on a positive streak, right? What's gambling without...
Would you settle for a travel pack of tissues and a half-eaten jar of maraschino cherries?
I do relish a good cherry. But I'm afraid there may be an issue of parity.
I don't have any pairs either. Oh, I've also got 38 to 40K in uncut diamonds. But how about my gun and badge?
There we go. That's what I'm talking
You
about.
can't put a price on a license to maim.
Very well. The player to eliminate Max from the game will receive a pistol and a freelance police badge.
That is what I'm talking about, sir. And this is a good start. Okay, I think we can do this. I think we can get a license to
Let's
maim
see.
here.
I call.
I'll call.
I am going to play this one.
I'll play.
Alright. I'll check. Bingo, bango, bongo.
Wonder if this dump is haunted.
Ooh, I hope so. There's something about being able to terrorize a spectral being without it up and dying on you that I just love.
I do not like ghosts.
It's okay, Mr. Weapons. I've got extensive experience with zombies and vampires. I can handle a little ghost.
You will take care of ghosts for me?
You betcha!
I like you, tiny rabbit.
All in!
I don't like that. But I have a king, there's a king on the table. I doubt he has 2 kings, right? So he probably has 1 king. And we have a queen. So unless he has an ace, this is good for us. So I'll call.
Ooh!
Whoa!
Think of all the games, occult artifacts, and trips to the petting zoo that could be bought with that pot.
Well, these cards were going to buy me unspeakable amounts of vice before those hit the table.
He has an ace and a jack? And neither of them the red suit. So,
Lame.
okay, as long as he doesn't get an ace, we should be fine. Right? Is that how that works? Pair of kings
The
beats pair of
player
jacks.
has a pair of kings. Strongbad has a pair of jacks. The player wins the hand.
Woohoo!
Strongbad has been eliminated from play.
All right. I'm blowing this popstinkle stand.
Okay, so not too shabby here.
I am in and ready to crush baby men.
I don't think I'll be playing these.
So, I don't have enough yet to really...
I'm actually thinking about this. Look at what I've become! You did this to me! Alrighty, I check.
Let's see what we got on the board here. Okay, not what I wanted. Pair of 10s, 6 and a 2. We'll do one more check.
I'll check that. You know, the music in this joint reminds me of the time a bunch of hippos escaped the zoo, fell into league with a criminal blues band, and started transporting illicit goods across the East River.
Ugh, hippos, corpulent brigands. Nothing like their elegant, ungulate sisters, the giraffes.
Huh?
You know what I'm talking about. Those slender necks.
Huh?
Max wins the hand.
Ooh, a present. Anyway, back to me. Huh?
So long and muscular. You just want to wrap your arms around them. And maybe your legs, just to see what it feels like.
That's,
Just want to get up there and sway in the wind. No? Is that not... Okay.
That was really
Alright.
weird.
I check.
No offense to any of the furry watchers, I guess. I assume a giraffe would be
I
furry
bet.
adjacent.
What is this? What is fluff? Phooey!
Well, this is bad. So I'm gonna call anyways.
Okay, I bet.
I'll call.
Oh, check.
He's very quiet. We'll see what happens if I bet everything he has left.
Okay, I fold.
That's what I thought, rabbit
The
boy.
player wins the hand.
Alright.
You wear blue sweater.
Yep, pretty much all the time. And I mean all the time. Ask the wife.
What are you?
He has a wife?
Haven't we been over this? I know your head is the size of a grapefruit, but come on.
You are not scout. Maybe very tricky blue spy. Maybe new class.
I can use a keyboard to sabotage your team,
Verify.
steal your intelligence, and mail order your sister to my goddamn doorstep all in an afternoon. Yes, I'm a new class. I have a technical prowess beyond your wildest imagination.
This is true?
I'm calling.
So I want to see if I can scare out Heavy again with this.
Okay, I call.
Okay, I don't like
So
this.
much money.
Not the person I wanted to fold. Pair of 8, that's not good. That's not good. That's not good. Okay.
Ah!
The player has a pair of 5s. The heavy has a pair of 8s.
Where did you learn this game?
The heavy wins the hand.
That's fine.
These cards make your cards look like sad,
No, it doesn't
tiny
work every time.
babies.
But, that was our fault for going in there. That's fine. Harry seems to be kicking my butt tonight. 6 and 8. Not the high cards I wanted.
Call.
I will play.
I'm already in, I guess.
Don't
so.
know. I'm raising.
Raising a lot.
Make a calm and rational decision. I'm gonna fold.
I will play.
I'll bet.
I will make hat from you, little bunny.
Tycho wins the hand.
Thanks, everybody.
The blinds are now 200, 400.
Ace high and a 5. It's okay.
These
sir.
are fold.
He's folding over.
I'm not going anywhere.
He's staying in. Call.
Raise.
No way.
Call. Let's see what we got on the board. Okay. So, unless he has a pair of aces or a pair of kings, we got this. I'll bet 800.
I'm raising.
You have woman?
Not with me, no. But yeah, I have woman.
She is pretty?
Yeah, cute, glasses, red hair.
She has the red hair?
No, Heavy. She is not on the other team.
The player wins the hand.
Anyway, no, Heavy. She is not on the other team. You don't have to kill her.
No, but I love the red hair.
Well, you can't have her either.
As you might have been able to tell,
maybe we can
some of these voice
work
lines
something
are
out.
Looping a bit here.
What would Gabe do? No, best leave the pants on. Okay, I raise.
So, yeah.
There's always more money. How often do you get the chance to coldly squash a man's hubris? I fold.
These cards are weak, like Blue Baby Team.
Tycho wins the hand.
I'm just going to turn my DS on, and you guys keep giving me your money. This is an incredible system we've got here. That's fine, actually. Don't judge me.
I'll call.
I'm gonna call.
In.
Yeah, I'll raise.
Have no fear, you are killer.
Flint Paper once told me, and I quote, "Bad cards are no reason to get beaten up by a bunch of humps."
I fold.
See what we got on the board. Nothing good. Probably not gonna
Checking.
get anything good at the end there. So I'm gonna raise you and see if I can scare you away.
I don't think so.
The player wins the
I
hand.
was able to collect us some of that back. That's nice. For an ace.
I can't stand to be left out.
Why? Why must all cards be so weak?
Calling.
Really dragging this one on here, aren't they? Call.
It's good check.
Sorry, check. And pair 6, ace.
I'm good.
High. Check.
I'm gonna bet.
You look very familiar, Bunny.
How closely do you follow the Manhattan crime blotter? Wait, you didn't go to the Spiro Agnew School of the Arts, did you?
You attended? Didn't take you for the book-learning type.
No, but Sam and I pinched their gym teacher in a black market jockstrap ring in the 80s. I'd be surprised if any student didn't remember a dog choking out a large man with a unibrow.
Yeah, that's what
The player wins the hand.
So I'm gonna try and what I was thinking was that I was gonna
I am in and ready to crush baby
and
man.
hit him
Blue
high
man.
because he's holding that weapon.
Tycho.
Tycho,
he
what
can't
college
afford
do you
to
go
drop
to?
out, which
You are
means
educated,
if I raise
no?
him too high,
Actually,
he's probably
no.
gonna drop
No?
out.
I
So
studied
can
at
try and collect
Gygax
something small at
Polyhedral,
that
if you
point
catch my
without risking
drift.
Too much,
I do not.
despite
This is
my
good school?
risking more.
The best.
All in.
I will fold.
He's either got a really good hand or a really bad hand. I'll call. King and a 4, 10 and a 6. It really comes down to whoever gets a pair. And I have a pair of 10s.
What?
So as long as he doesn't pick up a pair anywhere else, we're set. I think that's us.
Lame.
Max has king high. The player has a pair of 10s. The player wins the hand. Max has been eliminated from play.
Enjoy. Don't put your mouth on that, though. I can't speak to its cleanliness.
Alright, well now I have a license to maim. Well done. With Max out of the way, nothing stands between you and your lifelong dream of being a freelance police officer. Imagine that, a freelance police officer. The Lugermorph, and license to maim are yours. Nice. Crime Stopper combo. Tell you what, boy. I may be down 10,000, but a license to maim is near priceless.
The best.
The blinds are now 300.
That beats a license to maim.
I went to Soviet College of Mines, Farms, and Science. I have PhD in Russian literature.
Would have to sponsor.
Do you use that in your line of work?
More than you think.
Cool.
I will play.
Okay, I check.
So all we need to do is just knock these two scrubs out. And, yeah, we will...
I do not know. These are check.
Checking this.
You're both checking. I'm gonna fold. Ah, shit.
I am bet.
I'm Audi 5000.
The heavy wins the hand.
Best strategy when fighting heavy weapons guy is not to fight heavy weapons guy.
So how long you been with those Team Fortress fellas? That seems like steady work.
I do not understand.
The game's been on Steam for like 3 years.
Yeah,
I imagine there was some
years,
audition process.
But, oh, God.
Oh, yes, I understand. I kill many men very quickly.
Excuse me?
I kill record number of soldiers, and I am commissioned to join the Red Team.
It's 18 years old. So this would have been 15 years ago? 16, 17, 18, yeah. So this is 15 years ago that line was made. So, yeah, he has definitely been with them for a while.
Check. Wow, what a move.
Thank you.
Okay, I check.
No shame in fold.
Thank you. That's why I did it.
I bet.
I'm folding these.
Excuse me, good people.
The heavy wins the hand.
I will take this one too.
Look at it. Smug eyebrow. 9 and 2. So not the hand I wanted, but you know, that's fine.
Nope.
He's folding already, apparently. Call.
Raise.
Are you naming your chips?
Call. Oh, this is bad for me. Check.
Oh, I bet.
You know, I probably shouldn't have said that aloud for the heavy weapons guy. I'm gonna fold. Pause 9,000.
The heavy wins the hand.
I will take this one too.
21-5, so that places us even. Alright. Ace and 6. Okay, we got ace high. We got 6. I'm going to raise 2,500.
In.
This is like when you draw like 9 mana in a row. Anybody?
I bet. Heiko, this sweater is special equipment?
No, it's standard issue since 1998.
You have no class-specific headgear?
I've got a motorcycle helmet that gives me 100% defense against flesh-searing UV rays.
The player wins the hand.
Alright. That's not a lot.
I am going to play this one.
I'll call. I wouldn't classify folding as baller behavior.
I'm always giving those snide remarks whenever I fold. There's like, come on, man, just give us
I'm
some
good.
money, man.
That
little do
is
they
as
know,
dangerous
I'm
as
sitting
heavy
on
weapons guy.
$30,000, and they
I don't
are
think so.
losing it to each other.
The heavy wins the hand.
And me.
I forget how scary I am sometimes.
The blinds are now 400, 800.
Let's do this.
Yes, we got a 12 1200, but, you know, this isn't where I want to be, but I'll call.
Heavy. Concerning your firearm, what sort of caliber are we talking?
Big.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, guys.
Like what? We talking 300
I'll probably
Weatherby
have
mag
to
here?
load up number
Bigger.
2 just to
50
get the
cal,
conversation
thereabouts?
flowing a little better.
Bigger than 50 caliber. They are handmade custom tool cartridges with classified diameter.
Why's that?
So enemy cannot use ammunition. But Sasha can chew
You know,
through
this is probably gonna end
theirs.
badly for us.
Diabolical.
But let's see if we
I
can
think
secure
so.
heavy. With 12,200.
You are no baby. This is not a baby move. What are you hiding over there?
Seems upset.
No.
Alright.
The player wins the hand.
We scared him. It's good.
I am hungry for sandwich.
So order a sandwich, man. Your stomach sounds like a sarlacc or some.
Oh, I cannot have sandwich. I become unstoppable killing machine.
Yeah, maybe order a water.
Is best.
Oh.
I will play.
I'm all in.
Oh! I am going to play this one.
Alright, things are laying down here. He's got a pair of face cards there, not too shabby. King and a queen, and he's got an A and a queen. Ooh.
What is this?
Working off a pair with King High.
Shot.
Tycho has 2 pair. The heavy has 2 pair. Tycho wins the hand.
I figured you weren't gonna like these cards.
Alright.
I am out.
I'm calling.
Check.
Betting. Czech City, USA.
See if we can scare him out. He may not take to it, but let's see.
Effing A. Huh, no way.
The player wins the hand.
You know what they say?
You have
death
hands
by
like
1,000
young girl.
cuts.
I got a regimen, yo. I keep them moist.
So you are more of sneaky, stabbing type.
In an extreme circumstance, maybe. Or if someone's being a huge
I don't like this hand.
I keep my eyes on you.
The heavy wins the hand.
Best strategy when fighting heavy weapons guy is not to fight heavy weapons guy. So anyway, I keep my eyes on you.
No.
Quite
I
a little
wasn't implying.
juxtaposition there. It's like, good thing. Where was I? Oh yeah. I will keep my eyes on you. I will call.
In.
I'm balls in.
Oh,
I'll call.
I am in and ready to crush baby men. I am betting.
I'm gonna go with. I'll raise myself.
I will call.
Alright, he's got Ace High, Ace King. So, they're both on the board. I am not. So, this is a dead hand for us. Obviously, I made a poor decision here.
Tycho has 2 pair. The player has a pair of 2s. The heavy has 2 pair. Tycho wins the hand.
See, I actually know how to play this game.
Gosh dang it! Alright, fine. This calls for drastic
The heavy
wild.
wins the hand. The blinds are now
This calls for
500,
desperation, right?
1,000.
Or I could try burning him out.
What was that, Tiny Chips? You all want to fight with me? This is best idea.
Whoa. I'm out.
Oh, cool. King Jack's nothing to sniff at. He's a pair of aces. Okay, so as long as I get one pair of aces. Okay, but he could win with 2 pair. I need something. Come on, give me something. Give me something. He cannot win with a pair of 3s. You cannot allow this man to win with a pair of 3s. That's diabolical. Oh, you sassy punk.
The player has 2 pair. The heavy has 2 pair. The player wins the hand.
How can little baby play giant man card?
Okay.
The heavy has been eliminated from play.
Beat me once, shame on me.
you.
Beat me twice,
Shame on you,
also
sir.
shame on me. Beat me 3 times, I am sent to my death.
Wow. I guess that's why he doesn't like to lose. Just you and me, Blue Man Group. Alright, so it looks like we got a lady
Calling.
that's naked and in a box? Pointing up at a die of some kind?
Checking is lame. Unless you are Czech, which I would find amusing.
And what if I am, good sir? What if I am Czech? I'm not. But if I were, then your sassiness goes away. Check.
Easy there. Don't want to hurt yourself. I bet.
Okay, hopefully we can scare him away.
I'll fold.
That's what I thought, you wimpy whimper.
The player wins the hand.
Alright guys, soon we're gonna be out of this stinking place. Call?
Check.
He has no choice but to play, because he's probably not gonna fold hands against me here.
Check disc.
I'll check.
I bet.
So... we don't have anything good on fold.
Tycho wins the hand.
Small pebble, but we want to wait till we get something big, set him up, and then
I'll call.
slap him down. That's the idea. I'm already 1,000 in them, so we're gonna check since we get a free check anyways. You know. Okay, pair of aces on the table. 6 there. I'm looking at his face. Looking at his face. Looking at his face. Looking at his face. And I say I'm going to bet him out.
Raising it up.
This is potentially a bad idea, but we'll try to see if we can scare him.
I fold.
There we go.
The player wins the hand.
All right. Ace and 5. Not a bad. Call.
All in.
Oh no, not 3,600. All right, I'll call. Okay, so we have aces high and a 5. We need a pair. Okay, he's got a pair of 8s. That's not bad. I need a pair. Give me a pair. Eau de parfum. Por favor. Seriously, if you want to give me a pair, that would be appreciated. Okay, so...
Yeah.
Tycho has a pair of 8s.
That's fine.
The player has ace high.
Right.
Tycho wins the hand.
That's
I
fine.
wasn't holding Pokemon cards over here.
The blinds are now
lucky, that's what I wish
600,
he got
1,200.
$1,200.
Call.
Check. Not the best hand, but hopefully we can get something on the board here. And we did. So, I'll bet.
I call.
I'll see if I can scare him out.
The player wins the hand.
Alright, so now we're back on top. That's not a good hand. I don't want to give him free money. Since we're already in, I'll call.
Yeah, I'm all in.
Based off his assumption last time, I'll call. 9 and 2, 2 and 4. Okay, so if we get a 2 on the board, we're already paired up. He gets the card. Okay. He's got 2 clubs. He's got a 9 club and a 2 club. That's 8, 2, 3. I do have a pair of 4s. That's not bad.
Tycho has a flush.
He has a...
The player has 2 pair. Tycho wins
That's
the hand.
right. I forgot, all the same kind. That's fine. Flush beats 2 birds. That's fine. Tell you what.
I'll play.
Okay, I've got to start hitting him for more. 2,000.
Foldsville.
The player wins the hand.
I don't like these cards, but I'm going to play them anyway.
You guys keep playing cards, and I'll keep thinking about playing cards.
The player wins the hand.
I'll call that.
Check. So we get a free check. I'll bet.
I'll call your micro wager.
So help me. If he has 2 clubs again...
Can't I just tap one of these and be done with it? Call.
What do we have? We have a pot of 7.5. That's really good in keeping him out. He could win that next round, though, depending on what he has. So let's... I'd say that's worth the risk of scaring him out.
Interesting. Well, I've come this far. It's time to come up painfully short.
The player wins the hand. The blinds are now 700, 1,400.
All in.
I don't like this, but I'll call. Alright, this is looking pretty good for me. This is looking very good for me.
Oh.
And you know why I win, baby? Because my name is the King.
Hell no.
Tycho has a pair of 6s. The player has 2 pair. The player wins
the King always
If
wins,
I bend over
baby.
to pick up this chip off the floor, are you going to bury your entire foot in my ass? This is an honest question.
The player wins the tournament.
Woo!
What do you say you and I roll out, stop by the OG, your treat, and then drop the rest of that money on some new procs? They got the spinners on there now. Tight. Let's go.
OG is in... Okay, it's OJ. Anyways... we can leave this section now. New unlocked Team Fortress 2 deck. Very interesting. Yep, alrighty, so that ends the card game portion. Woo! Now on to, at 10:16, Actually, let's update this real quick to Toy Soldier. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Toy Soldier. Da 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 da. I'll be honest, I'm not sure which of these works the best for this, so we're just gonna go with Toy Soldiers HD. Dunzo. Refresh. Alright. Oh, hey, we got 3 viewers. Nice. Howdy. Howdy. Let's get rowdy. Alrighty. Toy Soldiers, here we go. May contain content. We are actually going to start with 1914 since the last time we've done along the world. The Great War begins, June 28th, 1914. Germany declares war on Russia. France mobilizes. Austria invades. Germany plans to attack France by advancing through neutral Belgium. The first Battle of Ypres begins. It's either Ypres or Ypres. Alright, we gotta provide these guys some cover fire. So, in this game, what I like about it is that you can actually man... Hold on, I killed another guy with it. You can actually man the battle station. And I think that's pretty cool. Guys out. Shoot her! Shoot her! Let me tell you what, that First World we can get that artillery set up. That's what I'm talking about, boyo. And since we have the resources and the loot, but yeah, honestly, the ability to direct where this fire goes, I just think it's just a wonderfully cool thing to look at, right? Something else I really like about this situation is you can sort of direct the one like, yeah. I think that's pretty neat. And since we have the spot open here, might as well drop a little bit of a turret. Okay, there we go. I mean, is it the best situation? Granted, that position is probably not the most defendable one. Oh, look at that. Once we get this sucker built up nice and right, oh, it's gonna be beautiful. Beautiful. And we'll upgrade you just to make sure that's all nice and cozy there. And since you guys are not going to be anything to really worry about, I'm going to... You're there... Check here. Alright, not the direction I was really looking for. That'll work. Incoming! Reload, reload, reload! Reload ready, sir! Open fire! Strike the general! No! What do we got, what do we got, what do we got? Special Forces, Control L. Oh, look at this! What happened? Okay, there we go. Look at this. Fire left. Q jump. Q jump. Q jump. And you even... There we go. Look at this. Look at this. This is so cool, man. Okay, so not the best use of our hero time, but still not bad. Not bad. Speaking of not bad, I'm gonna drop what? I guess. Look at that. Here we go. There we go, little guys. There. Probably gonna upgrade here as well. I will upgrade you here. I will upgrade you there. Was there a need to do that? Not really. But you know. Hey, look at that. I don't need that. We do have a... That's just a sad display, boy. Launched away. We'll be fine. Probably. Probably fine. Easy money. Perfect score. Easy money. Look at that. Overall, pasta resistance. Listen to that banner music. Beautiful songs. Beautiful. Gulvolt Chateau, October 31st, 1914. Decorations 5 for effect. Destroy 3 enemy barracks with artillery. Big Bang Theory. Turn a barrage with an artillery piece. There we go. Anyways, don't mind me, just gonna whip. Just gonna oh, that's gonna work, guys. My bad. But you're not! Damn, man, you stupid. There we go. Let's try and see if we can I? Yes, thank you. Let's get you set up with break. Then I'm gonna put you with this. Then I'm gonna throw another breaker. Then I'm gonna fire right on you like so. There we go. See, all better. Then for you, this. Then for you. We're gonna upgrade you. Then, since we have access to you, I'm going to set you as. I guess I should British. Do we set it that's there. Then if I can upgrade you one more time, I will. Which I'm very nice. We will launch the line, because you know we need the money. And I'm going to just sort of do this. Open fire. Open fire! Destroy this. There you go. That was the plan anyway. Come on. Push, Bengu. Push. Should have worked. Fire. I appreciate all of this heavy artillery, but okay, so apparently that hill was there. Oh, the hill was there. Oh. That's probably the last one for you guys, and then I will activate my trap card. It's Get them, you commies! Yeah! speaking of which, we're gonna fire. Open fire! I'll leave this back to your typical lands. Was there a need? No. I'll say, probably could be saving a decent amount of money if I adjusted this correctly. But let's be real here. War Machine needs to rock, right? Since we have access to it, let's use this little snipey machine here. Yeah. That's what you get for having your base in no man's land, punk. Ooh, really, when you think about it at the time, this is just really bad, dude. Like, what, I would not want to be in World War I. You know, you think World War II is bad and everything like that, and it was. Ooh, it was just awful, man. Holy smokes, did you see that horse get launched? I just keep shooting their horses right when they... This isn't even fair, dog. I just keep sniping them right off the thing there. Really? I mean, that's alright. Let's see that last one. Or, okay, I guess let's just go with it. You know, it's only one, I'm sure it's fine. Concentrate all firepower on that near star destroyer. Concentrate all firepower on the nearest star command. Easy money, look at this. That would be a gosh darn general round. We're probably gonna do one more round, and then that will be it for Toy Soldiers tonight. Try to keep the slow motion going since Poker Night took a good deal longer. Caution War, October 31st, 1914. Defend the lines along okay. I like it if we could set up with some British artillery. That's cool. Oh no. What do you mean, oh no? I mean, it's that one. Alright, nobody panic. Nobody panic! So the good news is, these guys are just basically going to be fishing the barrel first, right? Bad news is, they're going to die, like a lot of them. Also, we're probably not going to be sitting over like guess that was it, right? Let's see if we can't upgrade you, my guy, a little bit. I know it's like, what? Yeah. I guess open fire. Launch the wave! It's quiet. Too quiet. Oh, okay, that's cool. That was not what I was expecting. I didn't even know it could do that. Oh, piss, they're going over there. That was also not what I was wanting to do, but that's fine. Okay. That's fine. That's cool, you know. Woo, excuse me. Alright, well, you know. Quite deny it. Never mind. You guys can't make use of them, am I right? Hahaha. Thank you for asking. Get I'm probably going to get whichever is probably going to be the best song. I'm just going to call it like I see it. Like I see it's like this, son. Open fire, sir. They call it overkill. I call it trying to do my best. So I'm trying to do my best. Cannonball, sir. Cannonball. that. Now we feel home. Not quite the upgrade I was looking for, but that's fine, right? This one's gonna be an oucher, probably. We will have to do what we can with this. This German drum machine is a bit match. Thankfully, these cannon shells or artillery shells can curl up nobody's business. I don't know if it's stuck or not. I just want to let you know I am pretty well. Perceived failure has been going on. Hey, if you want to stick to this, it's fine with me, because I would just keep bombing. I think the rest of the guys got it. I'm gonna see if I can create take down that German flag over there. There's the flag. Take down this German castle. Alrighty, so that wasn't too bad there, you know? Not too shabby. Our defense has been impeccable here. And we didn't really save too much. I guess that's something we can work on in the future. But, yeah, I think that will do it for here for today, good sir. Alrighty. Next up, I think we'll do a little bit of Team Fortress 2. Chaka-chow. Nope. TF2. Team Fortress 2. Very nice. Very nice indeed. And for our next trick, Team Fortress 2. Da-da-da-da-da-da. 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 Okay, Twitch seems to be good. Let's check and see how our, Oh yeah, okay, good. Looks like the YouTube one is still up still. That's good. Look at that. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. It's looking a little frozen there. Might be best we, Dog, come on. Learn! Yeah, we may need to double check on that. Hopefully this one can. There we go. Alright, YouTube, what's going on here? You're still okay. Then why isn't it operating like it should be here? What's live? There we go. Maybe that's all the problem was there. Okay. Cool. Back to TF2. Now we're looking at some new taunts here. What do we got? Oh, that's right. There was the Texan trick shot.
I'm gonna beat you like a rented mule.
Yeah, like doggone it, that one is slow. That is TF2 being updated slow right there. That is. Whew. I mean, it's cool, but darn it if that's not slow.
Kiss me. Come on! Come to heaven. We must do this.
Ooh, this is, yeah. Anyways, what do we got here? Oh, got some nice ties for Spy. Got some, decent looking cosmetics here. Ooh, I like that one. Jarhead looking kinda nice. Ooh, this one looks good for Spy. Peasant outfit for Heavy. I'm assuming this is for Pyro. Not too bad. Honestly, this case ain't looking too bad here, guys. Team Cap. But I mean, like, so here's the thing, right? thing is, this game is getting a little long in the tooth there. So it is not looking too good for us. But, yeah, depending on the type of TF2 map we've got going on here, will depend on, you know, what we got going on. You know, since this is an option, I'm going to see if I can throw up some very... copy... Right... Free music... gaming... Just so we can try and get something good going in the background. Hopefully it's not too loud for you guys. Don't worry guys, it's just me and the connection. As soon as that connection's made over it, then we should be good to go. Yeah. I'll be honest, this is a little generic-y for my taste, but you know, the good stuff is copyrighted for the most part. Why isn't we should be able to jump in here, right? There we go. Alright, samurai. Say hi guys, you're on Twitch. Yeah, I never really did learn to rocket jump with Soldier. So that's something to keep in mind. What is it? With demo man, you don't really need to do it. Oh wow, I am really off in the game here. I used to be able to jump these no problem.
Thanks, Nick. Hey.
Bon voyage!
The enemy has taken our intelligence.
Alright, what are we thinking?
Yeah, why don't you come over and say that?
The enemy has dropped our intelligence.
Ah, what's good in you?
They say if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. When we get into we know what matters most to you.
Incoming!
And we work even harder together. As a mutual insurance company, we both practice and prioritize your needs. Amica, empathy is our best policy. Call 877-412 to get a quote today.
Now I usually like I usually like to run this at 175 just because it makes the whole thing easier to deploy.
Our intelligence has returned to our base.
Moving out!
There we go.
Dispenser going up.
Yeah, never.
Erecting a dispenser.
Oh, good. They got that, which means that. Okay. It's 2-4 for you, I guess. So since it's 2 forts, that means we're gonna have to go with this setup. Why? Because why would anyone do anything different? Doesn't matter, does it?
Building the sentry.
Yeah, we are really out of sword here, aren't we? Alright. Gotta do this the old-fashioned way then, I guess, which is... See, the thing to win this would probably be playing medic. But I'll be honest, I do not want to play medic right now. So, we're gonna go back to Demo Man. Christmas Demo Man.
You're doing good, lad.
Without the ones like you working tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. No matter your industry, Grainger's here for you with professional-grade supplies. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Doing good, lad.
Oh, good. Okay. Bloody heck. Okay. So we could definitely make it there fine, which is good. But, yeah. A little bit of problem there with that sentry. But we could probably make that work, right? Probably. What do we get? What do we get?
The enemy has taken our intelligence.
Soldier, this spy!
That's right, I knew you'd be there, you son of a gun.
The enemy has dropped our intelligence.
Go for some heads, but with this group, they're competent enough to actually know what they're doing. And I'm too rusty to be able to make it work otherwise. At least we know that's there. Them's the rules, you know. I mean, I could have gone for it, but let's be honest. If we can settle things amicably, like hat-wearing individuals should, I mean, that's what you gotta do, right? And the best way to resolve that is typically with a throw of rock, paper, scissors. Not bad. Not bad at all. Monkey! So what are we thinking? You know what? Yeah, let's go with spy. We don't see too many spies, let's go with spy. I like this spy outfit because it's kind of silly looking. Spy move. exciting. Hey, I saw that. You piker. How's that, maybe?
The enemy intelligence.
Incoming!
We have taken the enemy intelligence.
Oh good, looks like I made a friend. Since we made a friend, let's adjust things a little bit, shall we?
We have brought the enemy intelligence. We have taken the enemy intelligence.
There we go.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. We're one of America's largest financial services companies.
We have secured the enemy intelligence.
The NFL's reigning leading rusher. I'm also the NFL's leading usher. Shh, hush up back here. Wow, I might have just said the hush up. Well, almost. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Nationwide Investment Services Corporation and within Columbus, Ohio.
Thank you!
Spy!
The spy is a thinking man's game.
The enemy has taken our intelligence.
Alright, so clearly there is the
The enemy has dropped our intelligence. We have taken the enemy intelligence.
Devil, where are you going?
Alert! The enemy has taken our intelligence. We have brought the enemy intelligence. The enemy has dropped our intelligence. Alert! The enemy has taken our intelligence. We have taken the enemy intelligence.
Woo! 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 Bro, what the crud is going on?
Magnificent. Alert. The enemy has taken our intelligence. The enemy has dropped our intelligence.
Thank you. Get going! I think not. What a dog! Very nice, yeah?
We have secured the enemy. We have taken the enemy intelligence. The enemy has taken our intelligence. We have dropped the enemy intelligence. We have taken the enemy intelligence. The enemy has dropped our intelligence.
Well, that was certainly a match, let me tell you. I think being stuck on 2-4 there is good enough for a match for us. Alright, back to what we're checking here now. Let's see here. It's getting kind of late, but it means it's Saturday. Let's see if we can kick up some Primal Carnage. But if we're gonna do this, let's see if we can pause that. We don't really need that going on. Primal Carnage. This one? Done. Open Sesame. Boo-boo. Da 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 da. It's dinosaurs. It's dinosaur time. It's time for us to play with some dinosaurs. These dinos are really scary. They've got super huge big teeth. And if you are not careful, then you'll wind up someone else's feast. Nah, 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 nah. Look out for the big bat bonus. Shouldn't this be full screen? I feel like this should be full screen. The fact this is not full screen concerns me. So we're gonna quit this. Yes, we're quitting. I'm sorry, team. We'll get it restarted up here in a second. But when it pops up, we're gonna maximize! So that way we get the full picture here. Excuse me. Jurassic Park, what could possibly go wrong? We're singing a song about dinosaurs, except they're extinct. It's Primal Carnage. When can I push this button? There we go, it's a lot bigger now, right now. Sure, it's not the whole entire screen, but it's still bigger. That should be better for the audience. Then I'm done singing this song now. Alright, let's see. Couple bullies. Control. Good. Jump, crouch, sprints, primary alt, throw roar. You use the nurse special, RPG melee X, special weapon. Okay. Yeah. We'll do the best we can. Multiplayer. Alright. That one's pretty cool, but it's also the only one they have. Oh good, it's that guy that kept phoning me. He's wanting to join and be my friend. Well, thank you, monkey! But, I don't know, man. We're supposed to be connecting to the dinosaur map here. It looks like there's only 28 people playing, at least in my time zone. I'm not saying this is a dead game, but I mean, like, it's not alive. Quite possibly it could be an extinct game. I'm not gonna lie, it's getting a little late here, so I'm probably gonna be ramping this up if we can't connect to the next. But you know, I'll set a timer here for 3 minutes. If we cannot connect within 3 minutes, we are probably gonna be moving on. I'm sorry to say that, folks, but it looks like our dinosaur game may be down near extinct. It is a sad fact of life and a sad display, but it is one that should be expected. Sometimes there was a break, right? Sometimes the game just blows down. I cannot believe it is already 11:22 in the PM. You know, I keep thinking today is Sunday for some reason. Why? No idea. But I do, you know. That's one of the things. And I'll tell you what, boy, if it was 11:30 in the PM on a Sunday, whew, I would definitely have called it right then, right there. But the fact that we are here cooperating and working together gives me some hope that things are going to turn out alright. There is still a distinct possibility that I will end up running this long. But ultimately, this is the situation in which we are dealing with. I say. You know, most likely we're gonna have to try and minimize our content, put out smaller doses, and work at odd hours. I say. It is possible I could be working during the business hours. However, I must devote full time to my profession, because it is what I get paid for, and that is what I do. I say. But yeah, this is really just a side business to try and help with some of the things. You know, I may try and go back and recapture some of the older stuff, you know. Maybe something like Ask a Ninja. Maybe I just need to find my niche, you know. Even if I don't like it, if it's what the people like, it's what they're here for. And yeah, that's probably what I do. Targeting my content around here. Do they want a late night sort of chill vibe? That was our time. Gonna have to call this a no-go and a no-show. Kind of disappointing, because I was looking for some good dino-tastic games, so I guess I have to put you over there. If you put up over here, it kind of looks like it's its own little planet in outer space there. It's just like, whoa, look at that planet there. We are I'll get Poker Night 2 set up next time, because, whoo boy, Poker Night 1 was running out pretty fast after 2 times there. Toy Soldier's still fun. We'll probably continue with that. TF2 will continue with that. Depending on how fast Poker Night goes, we may end up tackling some Tomb Raider for the first time in my life, so we'll have to take a look at that. So sorry, Primal Conj fans, that one is a no-go and no-show, I say. We do have one follower, which is nice. Hello, follower. Hello, follower. Hopefully we didn't cut out too long for you there. So let's see here. We ran through Poker Night at the inventory, then we did some Toy Soldiers, we messed with some Team Fortress 2 for a bit there, and unfortunately the dinosaurs are not there, so I'm afraid we're going to have to take that off our tags, I say. Alrighty, which leaves us with the end of tonight's situation here, which will be One Piece videos and then some Hot Wheels videos, sort of to close out the evening here. Yeah, so I did have some One Piece videos I was hoping to look at here. That would be, we're probably going to be, because of the timeline, a little bit more restricted. I can't believe these are all dying on me
right
here.
Now we're looking at
okay.
The Gaunt Valley incident has...
Let's see here. We may also have some new spoilers here. So here's what we're gonna have to do. These videos are already outdated here, so I'm gonna cut through a couple of these here. Sorry to say. we were gonna look at some sushi racing. Unfortunately, that is no longer a situation. We're gonna cross out China Uncensored.
If you have less than $100,000...
Okay, look at the economics video. Some ordinary gamer. We were gonna look at Ubisoft, but that's 2 days old now, so that's a little outdated at the moment.
Nigeria, 2020.
4chan versus Nigeria, another one we're gonna have to cut here.
If monkeys have one banana...
We're gonna have to cut out monkey inflation. Oh boy. Gonna have to cut out the liberal hive mind as well. There was one particular video here I wanted to look at, but that's fine. What else we got? Cam sandwich. Ooh, now that could be interesting, but cam sandwich is a little chunky. Football on fire. What's this here? Alright, we're going to have to toss that one out too.
The sunfish, or mola, is the dumbest creature alive.
I think that's debatable, but unfortunately that one's going to have to go as well. And I did want to look at the discovery of a new black hole just dropping here with Neil deGrasse Tyson. But unfortunately, that one's probably not going to be for us this evening as well. I am a little curious about how the One Piece flag became a symbol of treason in Indonesia. I do like to run these videos a little hot, so if you are not cool with that, I apologize. Let me know in the comments below, and we can take a look at it next time. So here we go, how the One Piece flag became a symbol of treason in Indonesia.
Rule anything? Being king of the pirates is about being more free than anyone.
This is nuts because the One Piece flag, the Straw Hat Jolly Roger, is trending.
In Indonesia, the citizens of the country have started to raise the Straw Hats flag.
One Piece has sparked protests before, but this might be the first time a pirate flag is being treated like a threat to national security.
One Piece. A series that has become synonymous with the very idea of anime and manga.
I mean, it's definitely popular. I wouldn't say it's become synonymous with it, though. I mean, don't get me wrong. One Piece is definitely long-standing. Definitely has a wide berth. But I wouldn't say it's synonymous. Like, you'd be surprised how deep Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, and Dragon Ball really dug their heels, as well as a couple Gundam, into the American side of things, right? Like, really dug inside there. Dragon Ball, from what I understand, is also popular across seas. Mexico, very big on Dragon Ball. You know, there's a lot of things I would say hold greater weight with animation than One Piece. Not to say One Piece, you know, isn't hitting 1,000 here, but, you know, just thought I'd sort of make that point.
Since its debut in 1997, it has become a phenomenon, reaching practically every corner of the globe in its influence, including the country of Indonesia, where it has proven to be very, very big. In fact, the highest grossing anime film of all time in Indonesia is a One Piece film.
So, One Piece film, Red. I did watch it. It was interesting as far as One Piece movies go. You know, I was more of a fan of... I liked Film Gold for the plot with Nami. I liked Film Z because, honestly, Zephyr, my man, he was a good Marine, man. And then there was Strong World with Shiki. And I like that one, honestly, because it's the closest to canon. You know, I feel like I'm not wasting my time as much with that.
Piece film Red. The series is just very popular there. So popular, it's now being seen by certain people as a symbol of treason. And no, I'm not making this up. So from what I can find, a lot of this stems from the upcoming celebration for Indonesia's 80th Independence Day on August 17th. And
Happy Independence Day on August, my dear Indonesian friends who may or may not be watching. Congrats to you.
Many citizens feel as though the lead up to this event is a good time to express their ire with certain choices of the Indonesian government. Now, during this time of national pride, it's typical for a nation to fly the country's flag. In this case, of course, that would be the Indonesian flag. However, many disillusioned citizens have taken to flying a different flag. That's right, the iconic...
Just gonna drive back here real quick. I mean...
case, of course, that would be the Indonesian flag.
Just wanted to take a look here at something real quick. Okay, that is what I thought then. Alright, continue.
However, many disillusioned citizens have taken to flying a different flag. That's right, the iconic Jolly Roger of the Straw Hat Pirates. Now, on the surface, this doesn't seem like that big of a deal, right? I mean, it's One Piece, one of the single most popular Japanese properties of all time. People all over the world probably have these flags, some even hanging up on their porch or something like that.
That is a little bit of a weird thing, right? I mean, you'll have countries that are just like, no, we can't have our own flag. That would be fascist. And they roll out the One Piece flag. So I kind of feel, and obviously a lot of people are just going to do it because they like One Piece. And they're like, oh, hey, this is cool. I get to relate with this. I feel like a lot of people, though, are just afraid of coming across fascist, and so they want an excuse to be proud of something, and so they're going to try and raise up any other flag they can and be proud of, right? And that's excluding the main three, which would be American, communist, and fascist. So those are the big three that you kind of exclude from that conversation. But I feel like others have something else that they want to throw up there, but yeah. Oh, look, there's a little Christmas tree there.
Typically, it really isn't that deep. However, the sheer traction that the Straw Hat flag has gotten in Indonesia as an active protest has kind of riled up some officials in the Indonesian government. I mean, it's gotten to the point that prominent political figures in Indonesia are being compared to...
The most powerful figures in my country just teamed up just to make our country even worse. No check and balances. I hoped, just like in Wano arc, Big Mom would oppose Kaido. Unluckily, she wouldn't. Well, I don't know much about what's going on in Indonesian politics, so I really can't comment on this. I wonder if they'll be able to touch into it more. I mean, obviously they probably will because of the whole video, but, you know.
Straight up One Piece villains like Kaido and Big Mom. And this discourse has gotten so large, it's actually prompted certain Indonesian government officials to speak on the matter directly. For example, some politicians have actually come out in favor of it, such as the Indonesian Democratic Party of Struggle lawmaker Dedi Evristoris, who sees this method of protest as a desirable alternative to other actions.
This should be seen as a public expression of criticism, which is part of a democratic society. This kind of symbolic action is better than street protests that could turn violent.
There have
been... Okay. This should be seen as a public expression of criticism. Okay. It's sort of an odd take, but people can use anything as symbolism, so I guess that's fine, you know, whatever. You can choose your flag for whatever. So this should be seen as a public expression of criticism, which is part of a democratic society, okay? A lot of people hark to a democratic, banner, despite being republics as opposed to democracies. So that can be a little troublesome, but, that's the nature of the beast, I guess. People spend their time on points to different things. So this should be seen as a public expression of criticism, which is part of a democratic society. This kind of symbolic action is better than street protests that could turn violent. I would say largely I agree, and I think a lot of people would agree. They would prefer something symbolic as opposed to violence in general. And when you relate that back to choosing a flag like the One Piece flag, which is understandable, as distinctly separate, I wonder exactly what they're trying to convey across, other than disapproval, general disapproval. Because the Straw Hats stand for freedom, right? And that doesn't mean they're against monarchies, because as we saw with Dressrosa, they reinstituted a monarchy, and as we saw with Alabasta, they returned the rightful monarch back to her place, right? Along with... I was about to say Crocodile. Along with... Who was Vivia's father again? Cobra, there we go. Along with Cobra. Speaking of which, live action is coming up. We may see a little bit of Miss Wednesday. Back to here. So, it's not against governments, right? So, oh yeah, and the Drum Kingdom. Like, these people are... One Piece is really about just getting rid of bad guys in bad situations, right? I think some people lean towards anarchy, which doesn't really seem to be the situation. If anything's anarchy, it's just Luffy himself, but the rest of the gang are pretty like, nah, Luffy, there are some rules and things on how things need to be and whatever. But, that's digressing. So, going back to here. This kind of symbolic action is better than street protests that could turn violent. I would say across the board, most people would agree. Some people, depending on who, might consider that a threat, though, so you'd want to tread carefully there.
In instances, however, of other politicians being much more critical once this trend began to pick up steam. For example, the Indonesian Deputy House Speaker Sufmi Dasko Ahmad had this to say.
This is not a coincidence. There is a coordinated attempt to divide the nation. Let's stand united. We must collectively resist such actions.
I think that is a sentiment that's being felt, or at least professed, across a decent number of countries at this point. Could be a lot of them at this point. So there could be a potential shake-up coming, question mark, if not actively there in the process of leading that. We'll see how things go. There was a little bit of tension before W2, potentially W1. Well, I do recall there being before W1. I don't recall how much before W2. So, yeah, not exactly leading to the most opportune situation, but, Alright, so this is not a coincidence. There is a coordinated attempt to divide the nation. Let's stand united. We must collectively resist such actions. Not everyone wants Indonesia to advance as we grow. Who would be the opponents of Indonesia? Let's find out, shall we? Who are Indonesia's enemies? To not officially recognize any state-based enemies and follows a foreign policy of 1 million friends with 0 enemies. It seems a little, Okay, let's go with internal challenges, okay? West Papua conflict, the Free Papua movement, or Free Papua movement. I assume it's for Papua New Guinea. Papua New Guinea. Free Papua movement, a pro-independence organization, has been engaged in low-intensity conflict with the Indonesian military for decades, leading to ongoing instability and human rights. Okay, so this sounds, just right off the bat, without knowing anything, this sounds like it would be the first thing associated with the One Piece thing there. And I say that just because they're wanting their independence, so they'll cling to pretty much anything. That's my guess. Rising concerns about China, despite maintaining diplomatic relations, majority of Indonesia was becoming aware of China. Some that the government should collaborate with other nations to limit China's growing influence. It's possible some of this could have been stoked by China, but I feel like it's mostly revolving around the situation here. Excuse me. External perception relation, no perceived image. That belongs to. Okay. So that is sort of our setup here. Everyone wants to advance. As we grow, there will always be those who oppose it. So let's unite and push back.
Not everyone wants Indonesia to advance. As we grow, there will always be those who oppose it. Let's unite and push back.
This is a sentiment shared with Firmin Subagio, a member of the House of Representatives who has...
Saya lepas pak malu sebagai wakil rakyat. Yeah, I see why they don't...
Said that actions like these might be considered an act of treason, which, I mean, that's definitely not something a One Piece villain would say or anything like that. And it seems as though the Indonesian government is at least considering taking actions to try to curb this dissent. Actions like these...
and push back.
This is a sentiment shared with Firmin Subagio, a member of the House of Representatives who has said that actions like these might be considered an act of treason.
So, might be considered. Look, stuff like this might be considered bad for the nation.
Which, I mean, that's definitely not something a One Piece villain would say or anything.
So, I hope, I assume, but I hope he is making a joke here. I assume that's the case. But if he's applying personal sentiment to the situation, that's a little out of field here, right?
thing like that. And it seems as though the Indonesian government is at least considering taking actions to try to curb this dissent. Recently, the Indonesian Minister of Human Rights, Natalius Pigai, has pushed for a ban on flying the Straw Hat flag at the Indonesian Independence Day celebration, which I honestly cannot even believe that those words are coming out of my mouth earnestly, but here we are. According to him, regulations like these abide by international law and wouldn't be opposed by other international organizations like the United Nations, which, like, can you imagine a UN official skimming down a document of laws and somewhere on the list it says you cannot fly the flag from the hit anime One Piece? Like.
This may be the last ad
oh, good. Commercials. That's what everyone wants, right?
What's even happening here right now? I'm not exactly sure how adamant about this the government will be, because historically, according to Heriansyah Hamzah, a constitutional law lecturer at Mullah Warman University, something like this hasn't been entirely illegal under Indonesian law.
So it sounds like they're being pretty soft with the, like, hey, could you guys not do that? Like, don't bring those here, don't do that stuff. If that's what you're considering tyranny based off of what this guy's saying in the video, that's pretty low level stuff. But maybe it's a cultural difference.
The hoisting of the flag is not prohibited as long as it's not higher or larger than the Indonesian flag. In many cases, the position of the One Piece flag remains below the Indonesian flag. Criticism like this should be answered with dialogue, not a search for legal loopholes to suppress citizens. If the government instead hunts down those who raise the One Piece flag, it means the state is neglecting the constitutional mandate and tends to show an authoritarian...
Right here, not so sure if the government instead hunts down those who raise the One Piece flag, that's a little, like, heated there and freaking out, like, if they hunt us down, then da-da-da-da-da. I'm like, whoa, who said anything about hunting people down? That's a little high level here. We're just throwing that log onto the fire with some gasoline in there for good measure. Like, are you going, I know the video is only like 11 minutes, but are you going to, like, show when they suggested that? I have to assume this isn't, well, I want to assume it's not coming out of nowhere, but based off of the history of humankind, I'm going to assume that something like this could happen. Look, if it wasn't Southeast Asia, right? I'm not trying to be racist or anything, but if it wasn't for it being Southeast Asia, then I wouldn't be thinking that this was a situation. Seeing as how it is, they might actually be trying to hunt down those who raise the One Piece flag, or have talked about it in a way which does not equal a total sum of zero. Alright? You know, if someone in America said that, I'd assume, oh, okay, well, they're just being hyperbolic or something like that. But considering it's Asia, and considering they don't have the West's, well, when you exclude communist bastards and fascist bastards, they don't have the West's general sense of liberality. But that's just my thought right there.
Hamzah also pointed out that while it is illegal to fly another flag over the Indonesian flag, this is something that really only applies to, you know, flags that actually represent non-fictional entities such as other countries or criminal organizations. And yeah, the Straw Hats could definitely be considered criminals in the world of One Piece, but they're also, you know, not real. I'm baffled.
So at the beginning of this video, he implied that the situation was that it was going to basically stand as a meaning for something, for a group of people to unite behind. Now he's saying, well, it's only for flags that hold meaning and everything like that. In essence, but let's go back to make sure we get his words.
Flags that actually represent non-fictional entities such as other countries or criminal organizations.
Non-fictional entities. The problem with a symbol is that a symbol takes on meaning, you know, and identity, right? The swastika used to be like some sort of Hindu thing, right? But it wasn't until those damn Germans decided, oh, hey, let's use this for our, you know, villainy or whatever, that it took on a whole new meaning. And now you can't show those anywhere, really, without people freaking out and being like, oh, Nazi, Nazi, Nazi. And so basically, it's anything can take on meaning, and it has the ability to transcribe meaning, right? You know, I'm fairly certain that the Catholic cross, the Christian cross, when held upside down, held meaning for unworthiness to die the same way as Christ had died. And then, people took on it's like, oh, hey, this, is edgy if we have the cross upside down, etc., etc. So people take the meaning of certain things and ascribe them all the time. Not just symbols, but also names, right? Take the word gay, right? It used to mean jovial, happy. And then the homosexuals took it, and they're like, oh, hey, this is for us now. Or take the word, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say that word, so I'm going to excuse that word. But the point is, words and flavors and symbols are able to have original meanings and have them be transcribed. Just because it represents a fictitious party, like the song Dixieland, does not mean it cannot become a rebel cry.
And yeah, the Straw Hats could definitely be considered criminals in the world of One Piece, but they're also, not real. I'm baffled that the government is even talking about this. Instead of, like, trying to address people's concerns, they're just going after some made-up anime flag. And I sincerely doubt it's going to keep this trend from continuing. One Piece is proving to be a banner that the Indonesian citizens can unite under. I mean, look at this one Twitter account. I believe its name translates to Together with Citizens, and it's dedicated entirely to posting about the issues happening.
Now, this is very interesting. He says he thinks it translated that. Well, buddy boy, have I got an app that I can use? Excuse me, I'm just going to take a picture of this here, and then I'm going to pass it through Google Translate to see if we come up with what he needs or whatnot. Select more photos. Binga banga bongo. There we go. Alright, it says, roughly, it says, when the citizens dash dark Indonesia, barang warga, civilians, not just, quote, just, together with the citizens, comma, protect each other until victory. Community, Indonesia, with the citizens, hashtag Dark Indonesia. Regarding ODOL, many people fail to understand the root cause, the reality of market and industry demands, which makes drivers carry loads beyond their capacity. Well, that sounds interesting there. Up here it says, no match is a match, no match is a match. We are contaminating, take roots, and spread everywhere. So, it's definitely provocative, I'll say that, at least through this rough translation here.
One Piece is proving to be a banner that the Indonesian citizens can unite under. I mean, look at this one Twitter account. I believe its name translates to Together with Citizens, and it's dedicated entirely to posting about the issues happening in Indonesia. And oh my goodness, what's that I see? The funny thing is that while recently this has become a big thing in Indonesia, this isn't exactly new. In fact, One Piece has been showing up in quite a few protests around the world lately, from the UK all the way to Turkey. These protests include the ongoing Palestinian conflict, as well as a Turkish presidential candidate being unlawfully arrested.
I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty cool and pretty basic. You get depicted as the Giga Chad Whitebeard, my guy. I'm gonna have to look that up.
Protests include the ongoing Palestinian conflict, as well as a Turkish presidential candidate being
Turkish candidate Whitebeard. Can we get much higher? So high. Turkish candidate arrested with a white beard. White beard. One Piece. There's no new story or One Piece following about Turkish candidate being arrested with white beard. Nope, that's okay. Mm-hmm. Turkish protest March 2025 with a large One Piece banner featuring the Straw Hat Pirates. Some One Piece fans have theorized that the character Whitebeard may have been inspired by historical Turkish pirates known as Barbar. Okay. Reveal character was arrested in the One Piece storyline after the Seven Warlord system. Ah, yes, that's your guy. That's your Turkish guy, Edward Weevil. Edward Weevil, the son of Whitebeard. Well, a specific Turkish candidate arrested with a Whitebeard is not mentioned. The candidate was arrested. Akram El-Muglu. It looks like the guy, but I'm not seeing. Let's do One Piece. Okay, here we go. This could be kind of cool. There we go. Yeah, that's pretty cool. So, what do you think? Ah, there he is. There's a guy. There's a guy. Can it get much higher, guys? So high. Alrighty, continue.
Unlawfully arrested. It's all pretty insane, but at the same time, it's also a testament to just how insanely massive and influential One Piece has become. Like, let me paint for you exactly how absurd One Piece's growth and influence is with raw numbers. Superman. Everyone knows Superman, right? Probably one of the most recognizable characters in all of fiction.
Probably Spider-Man nowadays. Superman was a very specific character. It used to stand for truth, justice, and the American way. And then people got upset about the American way. So then he was just truth and justice. And then when he was just truth and justice, he was just a Boy Scout. And people didn't like that. So they said, hey, let's shake him up a little bit. Let's make him darker. Let's make him edgy. Let's try and draw on the people that way. And the whole series of things you probably know about. And I'm very oversimplifying. This isn't just oversimplifying. This is very oversimplifying. But, yeah, I'd argue Spider-Man is more popular.
Since his debut in 1938, nearly 90 years ago, his comics have sold a collective 600 million copies worldwide. And that's counting every...
Also, that number sounds a little off there. I don't know my comic books, but 600 million sounds a little small. It does. It sounds a little small there. Especially since I'm pretty sure there was a decent period of time we weren't tracking those numbers. But could be wrong, you know. Let's
thing within his nearly 90-year history, which involves many, many different artists, editors, and writers all contributing to this one character. Now look at...
Also, let me back this up here a little bit here. That's for Superman specifically, right? Is that talking about his tie-ins? Is that talking about alternate versions of Superman? Is it talking about what ifs? What is it talking about here, right? 600 million is still a lot. But that's just for this one character here, right? And Superman, I don't know his mythos and everything like that, but I don't think he shares the limelight with a lot of people here. Batman, for example, if it would be like if Luffy had his own series, Zoro had his own series, right? If Usopp had his own series, if Nami had her own series, if Robin had her own series, Frank had his own series. That's what you're looking at with the DC Universe cast, right? That's what you're looking at with the Avengers cast. If Hulk has his own run, if Iron Man has his own run, if Captain America has his own run, you're taking the core team and splitting them up there, right? You're taking the Straw Hats, the whole kit and caboodle there, and you're splitting them up. You're taking one character. Well, guess what? Not everybody likes Sanji. for example, Zoro fans. And not everybody likes Zoro. For example, Sanji fans. So if you're going to break them apart, you're going to have a bunch of Zoro people not read Sanji-specific books. You're going to have a bunch of Sanji people not read Zoro-specific books. You're going to have a lot of people not read that book because of the character there. I mean, take a look at the fan polls, right? The fan polls are very emotion-based, of course, because they're fan polls, right? But that sort of lends into the fact, like, let's look at a recent fan poll here. Let's see, for example, what happens if your favorite character gets excluded from the series. A character that you may have liked at One Piece for, because people like Luffy, but he's not always the favorite character, right? So let's go with One Piece fan poll. Popularity poll. Character pose. Oh, look at all this fun, useless stuff here. There we go. So, let's go with the first popularity poll, right? Luffy number 1, Zoro number 2, Shanks number 3, Sanji number 4, Nami number 5. That's Banabakaman number 6, Buggy 7, Usopp 8. Is that I'm about to call him Giltazaro. Clawhador number 9, and that's Kuina number 10. I can't read Japanese for the rest. Now let's look at let's go back here. Here's probably good, right? You have Luffy number 1. Zoro's been knocked down a peg. Now we've got Law here. Then we've got Zoro number 3. Sanji number 4. Nami drops down to 8. So Usopp isn't even in the top 10 anymore. Neither is Shanks. Let's see here. Looks like Robin is 11, Frankie 16. Where is Usopp? Where is Usopp? Buggy's 34. So if you left Usopp and Buggy, I mean, they're basically out of the running here. Like, if you were like, dang, I really like Usopp. Usopp is someone I can relate to, you know? I mean, he's trying to use his head to work around situations, and, you know, he's not the strongest guy out there, but he's going to try and use these weapons and invent things, you know? He's always outclassed, but he's going to give it the best he can, despite being afraid. Oh, there he is, Usopp, 13. Okay. So, 13 from 8. If they said, sorry, we're only going with 10 characters at a time, Usopp would get the bucket, right? Shanks would get the bucket. If Usopp and Shanks were to get their own stories, never to appear in One Piece for great stretches of time, right? Then you're like, oh, well, maybe I don't want to read the Luffy stories as much, right? Maybe I just want to read Usopp. Or, oh, maybe I don't really want to read Usopp as much. And so then those numbers drop down. And then you're saying, okay, well, let's compare Usopp's story to Martian Manhunter's story. So, but let's jump ahead a little more, see how the character's still doing. Alrighty. Alright, so Carrot's here, so obviously it's a little bit more modern one. We've got Luffy number 1, of course. I mean, if Luffy doesn't end up number 1, the vast majority of the time, odds are they're going to try and fudge the numbers for it. I'm not going to sugarcoat this, alright? Zoro number 2. Law looks like Nami's back in the picture there. Number 3, Sanji number 4. He dropped down a spot. There's Law again. Law's always sort of been a fan favorite of them. Nico Robin. Sabo. I don't see any Frankie, Brook, Jinbei. I don't see any of the other Straw Hats in that top 10 there, alright? Especially Usopp there. You know, you think you'd have your main group, right? Your Ace Blue crew. But Usopp's not there. Let's see, is he in the next 15? 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, he barely makes the top 15. So, not exactly the best position to be there. But so let's say, you know, Katakuri is there, right? Katakuri, he's a new character. People really liked his interaction with Luffy. I can see him being a little more popular there. Don Quixote. They put Don Quixote, Rosinante there. That's alright, that's a very interesting choice. Putting that before one of the main group there. Okay. Vivi is down at 21. Bon Clay is at 22. Brooke is at 26. Frankie's at 28. Gold Roger, King of the Pirates, reason why we started the series, is at 29. Buggy's at 34. Okay, so things aren't exactly looking too hot here. But anyways, back to here. Point is, if you're gonna compare them, you would have to have basically Superman not to get his own comic, Batman not to get his own comic. What else? Because Luffy shares his comic with everyone else, right? So basically, you're asking to compare a Justice League run of comics or an Avengers run of comics being sold versus One Piece. And I think it's diluted quite heavily when you can take your favorite character, pull him away. It's just like, well, I don't really like that story, so let's go somewhere else, right? So I think that's going to play some advantage to One Piece as opposed to anything else, because you're naturally going to try and take away viewers from the main source there. I mean, you can call it a little screwy with the numbers, but honestly, I think that's just how the situation lines up. I think that's just life, you know? That's just the way it is. That's dems the breaks, as it were. So I calls it like I sees it. That's life. That's what all the people said.
And writers all contributing to this one character. Now look at One Piece. One Piece debuted in 1997, nearly 30 years ago.
And he mentions there are multiple writers. That's true. You have one guy's main vision, right? This is a story he had, beginning to end, all planned out. This is his thing here. This is his run. And he keeps injecting stuff in the middle there, right? When you have one project surrounding one guy's vision, it's gonna flow a lot better than if you have 18 different writers, each with their own part at different points. So people are gonna be interested in this writer, not interested in this writer here. One Piece has a lot going for it that a lot of these other runs don't.
A third of the time Superman has been around as a concept. Yet,
and just as a reminder here, a lot of manga are in his position, right? Are in the One Piece position, which is one author, one vision. This is what it's gonna be, right? And that's thousands, all right? Thousands of properties. All of them aren't hitting the heights of One Piece, all right? This is a needle in the haystack situation here. You burnt the haystack. Here's the needle.
One Piece has almost caught up to it in terms of comics sold, with over 550 million units. And within its lifetime, it's almost basically guaranteed to become the best-selling comic book ever made. And the majority of it is from one guy's brain. I mean, sure, he has a team that he works with and editors and stuff, but for the most part, it's him and his vision. A vision that has made Oda the most successful Japanese author of all time, and
I also like to point out, though, he does take a lot from other people and from superior works, all right? No discredit to Oda. what Oda does well is he will take properties and he'll twist them, right? He'll take this, he's like, oh, this looks good, I'm going to add this to my story, but then I'm going to twist it in this way. And you can see that in a lot of his inspirations, right? Bon Clay and Frankie, these are two characters that he pulled from two different properties that were both done by, I sort of call him Eddie Murphy, both done by Jim Carrey, right? And so he watched these things. He's like, wow, I really like this. I'm going to add this character here in this run, but I'm going to twist it a little bit. I'm going to put my own little flavor here. Essentially, a lot of this guy's work is just copy paste, and then let me tweak it a little bit and flavor it a little bit. And that's okay, you know, that is a lot of people's story, right? I mean, I don't recall, you know, a green alien from outer space showing up and fighting Sun Wukong, but that's life, right? That's, you know, something I think he pulled for himself there, for Dragon Ball, for those of you wondering. But even Toriyama was just like, hey, you know, I was watching Alien, I was watching Terminator, and so I want to include this character here, I want to include this character there. So a lot of these popular things are just taking other popular things, just like, wow, I really like this. I'm going to add this to my product. And that can be good or it can be bad. They're playing off of a lot of feelings and emotions and thoughts from other properties. But as long as you keep things going right, it'll be fine. Now, part of the concern, right, that it comes for Oda is that he had his own vision to begin with, his own little arc, right? He stole, what's it called? Something the Viking. It was Vinny the Viking or something like that. I've heard it passed around. Point is, he had a movie. It's just like, okay, I like this movie. I'm going to base my story off of this movie. He ends up writing his story and everything like that. He's like, well, in the event that I can't get this to end, here is where I would have ended it if things don't go well. Like, from what I understand, he wasn't sure of his own work. He wasn't sure that it was really going to make it that far to begin with. And so, once he reached a certain spot in his boss is just like, hey, you know, this is making us money, just keep it going, keep it going. Then he's like, oh, okay. I'll throw this in there, I'll throw that in there. Pretty sure Oda has said a couple times, oh yeah, we're just a few years away. Yep, it's gonna end in the next couple of years. Almost there, yep. And so, he could probably keep making random stories till he dies, right? He could just keep rolling up a D&D campaign. And that's what a lot of this kind of looks like. A lot of this is just, alright, I would not be surprised if Oda comes up with an arc in his head, like a general idea. It's like, okay, here's what I'm going to do. Then he gathers up a small band of people, and it's like, okay, we're going to play D&D. I'll be the DM master, right? And so this is going to happen, and then these characters will be here, and then what will you guys do here? And so he just spawns ideas off of that. That would not surprise me in the least, because I detect that in a couple areas, right? I wouldn't say that's typical with his earlier work. I would say that doesn't come in until potentially Water 7 seems like it would be a D&D place. You could say, would Alabaster be D&D? I would say Alabaster, you could start seeing some D&D influences there. I would say it's very simple D&D. I wouldn't call it like full-scale blown out. But before Alabasta, everything before the Alabasta arc, I would say, is typical shonen of the week, let's have fun with this, right? And that had a particular feel to it. A real enjoyable feel. Like, you didn't know what was going to happen. A real Pokemon, like, early Pokemon feel. I would say Alabasta forward was just like, okay, here's our D&D setup. This is our self-contained little arc. This is what we're going to do, and we're going to move it forward. But he would take certain elements from there and weave it in. And so that weaving in and referencing later is what helps stitches the arcs together. Guys basically just taking it arc by arc and running a few themes through there. And he doesn't even have to touch on all of them at the same time. Just runs a few through there.
Entered him into the top 10 most successful fiction authors just ever in existence. One Piece's reach is truly mind-boggling. I mean, look at this guy. I mean, who even is this guy? Just some jobber in a suit or something? No, actually, that is Emmanuel Macron, the president of France. And what's that in the background of his office? Oh my gosh, it's one of those absurdly expensive weeb statues of Nico Robin. That's right, the president of France is a Nico Robin stan. In fact, Oda himself personally gifted a signed piece of art to the French president. If that's not enough, look here. This is Mohammed bin Salman, the
to be fair, the Saudis can buy pretty much anything. So
Crown
Prince
Prince of Saudi Arabia,
this.
who is a massive One Piece fan. During a trip he took to Japan in 2016, he personally met Oda himself and got his autograph. One Piece, it's just a global juggernaut at this point. And well, I can't imagine what all of this must be like for the man who created it.
With Lucid, engineering teams
so we're
don't have to
dipping
start from square one.
away from the Indonesia. I know I did, but looks like with the remaining time we have left here, 8, 9, 10, 11. So he didn't really touch too much on the symbol of trees in Indonesia, which is a little disappointing, but I guess he's going to try and imagine or depict what the author may say, or read into the author's works and be like, oh, this is what Oda would have said, you know? Unless Oda did comment on it, which, going by his handlers, as I'll call them, his bosses, he may have given one, possibly two comments directly revolving it. I wouldn't have expected him to give much more.
One Piece started out as this really simple, fun little story about pirates, inspired by Oda's own love for pirates from his childhood. But it has evolved into something that I seriously doubt even he could have foreseen. It's beyond just a simple story about pirates now. It's a tale of what it means to truly seek freedom from those that wish to suppress it. And I think that's one of the biggest reasons why One Piece has spread around the globe to the degree that it has. It's a timeless story that anyone can relate to. Because at the end of the day, all anyone wants is their own freedom, to be able to make their own choices and live the life they want to live.
In other words, self-pleasure seeking, getting to do whatever they want, whenever they want, however they want it.
That's why so many people are inspired by the story of Luffy and the other Straw Hats. And why
I would say this is where I differ with them. I would say it comes to a lot of these people are suffering and then are freed from the suffering. They don't get to do whatever they want, whenever they want, however they want to do it. But they were suffering in pain, and then they're relieved of that suffering and pain. I would say, if he doesn't mention that, I think he misses the point of One Piece. It's freedom from the suffering, from the pain, from the slavery. I mean, the whole thing about the celestial dragons is the slavery, which is, yes, oppression, but there are people who enjoy slavery. Like, Sanji would be a slave for Robin and Nami, you know, and he would enjoy that. So that wouldn't be something that Luffy would free him from. It's the suffering. Luffy is going around freeing people from suffering, whatever that suffering may be, whatever form it takes.
Why they choose to fly this flag in particular, because it symbolizes a dream that people in the real world share with the Straw Hats. The dream of freedom and fighting against a massive control-hungry entity that wants to take that freedom away. That's
where we disagree.
What One Piece is, and I think that if you ever needed a greater example of how anime can change the world, well, this is it.
Again, I'll reference, he says it's about control. I mean, Vivi is in control of Alabasta. She is. She is a good leader. She imposes law. She has police and soldiers that govern the rules of her people. Those people are not free to do whatever they want, whenever they want, however they want to do it. They have to abide by her rule.
I've seen people react to this movement that's happening in Indonesia.
And the argument for some people is like, well, she's a good leader. Well, they can do whatever they want. Well, that wasn't the case being made here. The case being made was they were free to live how they want, to do how they want. And if someone goes around murdering like a pirate in Vivi's kingdom, they're going to be arrested, tried, thrown in jail, or very likely put to death. They aren't free to do that in Vivi's kingdom. I mean, a lot of people say they're not free to do that anywhere because there would be someone's rule that they're doing it under, and they would potentially pay the consequences for it.
Saying that hoisting this flag is cheesy or cringe or whatever, and that something as silly as anime shouldn't be involved in things like this. example of how anime can change the world, well, this is it. I've seen people react to this movement that's happening in Indonesia, saying that hoisting this flag is them away. That's what One Piece is, and I think that if you ever needed a greater example of how anime can change the world, well...
How anime can change the world. I mean, we've had people already in the industry giving Pokemon references, giving Dragon Ball references when they go in to, you know, wrestling, when they go into boxing, you know. These people are continuing a trend that has existed before them. And I think it's good that One Piece is continuing that torch there. I would have liked Dragon Ball to have continued it, but there was... Toriyama grew up with Dragon Ball and a couple other things there, and he mentioned how that work inspired him. I wouldn't say Toriyama is the one to lie about something like that, even when giving, you know, respect in the society there. And I don't just mean to say that he's, you know, basically ripping off Toriyama and Dragon Ball or anything like that. I'm not really saying that at all. What I am saying is that there was a certain love and foundation in Dragon Ball that Toriyama found, and that he wanted to try and re-inspire people with that same motivation that he had through his works. And you're seeing that paralleled in the same effects that Dragon Ball had before his works. And I think that's really a testament to One Piece itself. When it comes to One Piece, you really are seeing the little bro trying to act like big bro, and you can see the potential that he can grow into. I think when it comes to One Piece, once it ends, they're obviously going to try refreshing it and everything like that from the get-go, which is already going to set it apart because it's so long, that you'll want to give it 30 years. Assuming it doesn't go to One Piece 2 or Luffy Taro, you know, or Naruto 2.0, Boruto. Assuming that it's given 30 years, you know, to sit still and cool off, then I'd say we have the ability to say, okay, how well did this really hold up? Yes, it was enjoyable. Yes, it was an enjoyable ride. Some people do go back and look back at certain moments, but what I don't see are 80%, 90% of the One Piece fandom starting back from episode 1 and going all the way through all 1,000 episodes plus over and over again, right? I don't see them doing that. I see new people dropping in, trying to catch up, and then hanging with the rest of the crew, the One Piece fans, as we near the end of this journey here, right? I don't see them going back and reselling it. They'll go back and recheck certain parts, like, oh, I really like this part when da-da-da-da-da. Oh, I really like this part when Zoro stood. I like this part when Sanji fed the guy. I like this part when Usopp fought Luffy at Water 7, and they had this really cool battle, though. I really like this part when Brook was introduced here. I like this part when that happened there, when Jinbei was here, when Ace took that hit right there, you know. They relate back to key moments, but they're not going back from the start and carrying it through. People who like Dragon Ball will go back to episode 1 and carry it through. And if they got started with Z, they'll go back at Z, carry it through. They'll wash the property through it multiple times. And you know, that's 600 episodes, so it's not a small feat, right? And in addition to the movies, they'll go back and watch some of the movies there. So they keep running through that thing over and over and over again, despite all these years later, right? One Piece doesn't seem to give that piece there, and I really think that's kind of telling.
Well, this is it. I've seen people react to this movement that's happening in Indonesia, saying that hoisting this flag is cheesy or cringe or whatever, and that something as silly as anime shouldn't be involved in things like this. And I have to say, I don't really agree with that at all. Sure, it's easy to view anime and a lot of media as just entertainment, something only meant to be consumed and make you happy for a brief period of time before you have to wake up in the morning and go to work. But it isn't just that, it's art. And the entire point of art is to make you feel an emotion. Happy, sad, angry, hopeful, nostalgic. Art is meant to
make you feel an emotion. It's all about pleasure.
I mean, I've said this before on this channel, but an anime is what inspired me to get my first job. It's more than just entertainment. It can change who we are as people. And that's what makes One Piece truly special. Not just how it makes us laugh when the Straw Hats do something silly or makes us roar with hype when Luffy punches one of the bad guys. There's just something so primordial about this story, about this one kid taking on the entire world that connects every single one of us together.
So, seeing for a flag there didn't really seem to be very substantive, didn't really focus on the topic at hand too much. Overall, not a very good video. Sorry, that's just me, but that's, you know, that'd be how it'd be. It'd be how it'd be. Alright. Up next, we've got the God Valley War begins.
Has just begun, and I, for one, am not ready for how it's going to end. But as has been suspected for a while now, Shaki did end up getting kidnapped and used not just a native hunting contest prize, but the native hunting contest prize. And so the mystery of who the Rocks Pirates traitor is has finally been revealed. I mean, I say finally. This mystery was only set up like 2 chapters ago, but it was Ochoku. Ugh, Ochoku, the objectively most evil-looking of all of the Roxes, and also suspected parent of Caribou and Quaribo. But in order to get away with his...
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the guy, that's got, you know, Caribou written all over it, and Quaribo. Like, this guy here, that it's just from the get-go. If they were not related, or if not from the same tribe, I mean, there goes that. But, I mean, you know. And to be fair, Shaki does have a certain personality with her.
Shaki disappearance plan, Ochoku needed to murder Don Marlin, which I think is a shame. I really, really liked his design, but I guess this explains why we've heard nothing about him in the modern day. And it's quite a...
Yeah, people were kind of excited about Don Marlon. You know, they're like, oh, okay, he's pretty cool. Some people are suspecting that Don Marlon had control over, you know, a good portion of the, I want to say the West Blue at the time, and so we're like, oh, that's cool. He could have relation to Beige. I think whether he did or not, there was definitely a power struggle. I think it was referenced before as well that Beige had to go and fight his way to claim to the top. I think it would be cool if Capone Beige is not related to him. I think that would do better for him as a character. I think it would help Nepo piece. I really do think it would, because a lot of people are like, okay, everyone's related. All the cool, powerful people are related to someone else there, right? And believe it or not, I wasn't here for Luffy to become, you know, the Nika, right? Nika. You know, believe it or not, Luffy got me to like the Gum Fruit, the Rubber Boy, right? I thought stretchy powers were stupid. Like, not inherently stupid, but there was nothing appealing about being able to stretch, right? It just, you stretch, that's it. Luffy, however, with his cartoony powers and everything like that, I was like, okay, here is a guy taking something that, you know, people don't like, and he's going to make something out of it, right? And sure, his grandpa was Garb Vice Admiral of the Marines, great guy, super strong. Sure, okay, he had that in him, that's fine. And, you know, he could probably have that potential too. But he's still a nobody, right? He's still a nobody with, you know, kind of a stupid power and everything like that, but he's going to make the best of it, and it's going to be his skill, his training, his effort that's going to make him who he is. Instead, we find out he's gifted, you know, basically a god devil fruit. And then it's like, oh, you had this the whole time? Oh, this is depressing. This is kind of sucky, right? You know? It's just, it's not enjoyable. It's really not, you know? It really did take a good deal of luster out of One Piece for me. It did. I mean, when you say, oh, he has God mode, that's just not enjoyable. It's not enjoyable. It's not fun. It's really not. Honestly. I mean, I guess it's cool that other people enjoy it and find like it and everything like that, but I'm not here for I have hacks, I have all the powers, I'm God and everything like that. The reason why I like Dragon Ball so much was because he was just this kid who trained to do the best. But the Japanese seem obsessed with, I wish for this, I am the ultimate power, I am the da-da-da, and it's just, it ruins it. It really does ruin it. It ruins it when your hero wins all the time. It ruins it when you're the chosen one. All right, it does. It really does ruin it. In a real world where we are, you know, there may be certain destinies and everything like that, but not everyone's the chosen one. And even if you are, the chosen one doesn't always mean that you've got phenomenal cosmic powers in a itty-bitty living space, right? So, yeah. Disappointed with the Nika fruit. Would prefer the rubber fruit. Pretty sure Don Marlone there may have some tie to Beiji, but hopefully he doesn't.
Brutal scene that I think Oda has designed to draw parallels to Blackbeard murdering Thatch for the Yami Yami, as Oda's even gone to the trouble of conjuring dramatic some thunder strikes for the occasion. And after Roxy himself, the first reaction that we see is from Whitebeard, and Edward Newgate is beyond shocked that something like this could have happened even within this crew. Although sadly, we as readers know that this will not be the last time that Whitebeard is subject to a scene like this. I think these parallels being drawn by Oda to make a clear distinction between Rox and Blackbeard. Young Marshal D. Teach, if that is indeed your real name, which it isn't, you are taking a very different path than the one your father...
Yeah, I'm not sure if he, when did he give this, because we know Teach's name now, and it was kind of a crazy twist one day ago. Yeah, so we know Teach's name now. He's probably gonna bring it up, but you know, we'll see.
Wanted to walk down, and seemingly everything that Blackbeard has done in his life, especially the murder of Thatch, goes against everything that Rox stood for. As I'm recording this, I'm not sure if we should still be calling him Rox, actually, but because this chapter is a little bit more convoluted than most, there's so much going on, I'm gonna have to do this chronologically, so we will get to the name. But something I feel like I need to highlight before moving on is Gloriosa's reaction to Shaki's kidnapping. It is heartbreaking. This is a full...
Oh, that's sweet. I didn't actually see the panels. Most of the time, I've just been keeping up with the spoilers, and we're like, pogging out from the spoilers there. But, yeah.
Full-on Oda cry face, and I despise how Oda's decided to pair this despair with the smugness of Ochoku counting his monies. And we've also got all of the citizens of Hachinosu on their knees crying like the citizens of Alabasta did after they heard about the death of King Cobra. Ochoku has been quite the prick, and honestly, the only thing saving me from punching my screen seeing this stupid face is the knowledge that, almost 4 decades down the line, Blackbeard would get his revenge and defeat, possibly even kill...
Also, did I probably should double check this here. I assume I did. I did not. So, One Piece. The One Piece is real. Can you get much higher, higher, so high? Oh, ho, ho. Excuse me. I'm not sure if there's really One Piece generalized content here for us to throw up there. One Piece manga? Show? Well, this seems like a lot of, I guess because typically they don't do shows, they focus on the games. There's not just a general One Piece category? Well, I'm afraid there's, no, okay. Well, we tried. Any hoopo beetle. Alright, back to you, Chuck.
Killing Ochoku during the Rocky Port incident. I hate saying numbers like that though, because I just can't believe that this dildo got away with this for 40 years. And somehow he is still far from the worst person in this chapter. And also, Ochoku's nefarious involvement here is probably far from done, because he was a proper magician during this incident. There was no trace of the crime, no suspicion of him whatsoever, and Ochoku is still...
Okay. So we got here Ochoku, Stussy, Shiki, Marlon, Whitebeard, guy with the beads and hair of Ace, Big Mom, the guy formerly known as Wang Ji, Silver Axe, Morrigan, Kaido, Captain John.
hanging out with the Rocks Pirates.
And Rox Dizabek, or the man formerly known as Rox Dizabek. That's an interesting captain's flag, though. Huh. Very interesting.
Day of the Gone Valley incident, so it could actually be Ochoku, who sparks the downfall of Roxy's Vecchio, betraying him like our squad briefly betrayed Whitebeard. But for now, apparently Shaki's disappearance is madness, but it was so devastating that it halted the global economy for several weeks, as if Shaki is the One Piece world equivalent of the Suez Canal. And I guess that Shaki's disappearance just left so many people feeling depressed and empty that most of the world stopped working. There was this global wave of grief, and it may legitimately have been the world's worst.
Still crazy to think that your top tiers, both, you know, Whitebeard, Rocks, Shiki, Roger, you know, these are the top tiers that you would have expected. Oh, okay, they don't really need a woman. Sure, they may have a woman that they love and everything like that, but they're not going to go hard eyes over. No, all these guys ended up going hard eyes over Shaki. And obviously, when she's given, you know, big budgets to work with, it's understandable. But, yeah. I don't know why, but she definitely looks better here than she did. Maybe it's color spread or anything like that.
Moment of despair since the Void Century. Shaki's disappearance was like the opposite of the dawn of the world. It was the dusk. And I do wonder, because we know that everything turns out just fine, but this feels like a good opportunity to disappear, to just go away and become the Shaki that we know today. Because the Gone Valley incident, as far as we know, was never published anywhere, so the general public wouldn't have even known that Shaki was there.
Apparently, this is Oda's dream girl, from what we understand. Goth Nami, dark-haired Nami. Honestly, I can see it. I can get behind it. I'm with Yoda. The crew is with Yoda.
She may have used that lack of knowledge as a chance to fade into obscurity, because Shaki's fame seems to bring nothing but problems. She's hunted wherever she goes, whether it be by pirates or the world government, and without the Rocks Pirates to maintain order around her, I wouldn't blame Shaki for thinking that, yeah, perhaps it is time for the legend of Idol Shaki to be laid to rest. A much more peaceful ending for her than the citizens of God Valley, particularly Shanks and Shamrock's mother. Alright.
Poor girl.
Let's get to this. In this chapter, Saint Bigland Garling really proved himself as a holy knight by sadistically toying with the mother of his twin children. And Garling...
She was probably warned. She was probably warned, like, hey, don't get involved with this guy. But she was like, nah, it's okay. We'll be fine.
He just fits in so perfectly with the theme of the Holy Knights. On Elbaf right now, their whole deal, mostly represented through St. Summers, is that the Holy Knights do not understand the concept of love, and they view it as a glaring weakness of humanity. The fact that the Holy Knights do not feel it makes them a superior. So in order to entertain themselves, the Holy Knights like to construct these convoluted games designed to exploit love in brutal, heartbreaking, but therefore hilarious ways. And this is exactly what Garling did as well. I was actually having this discussion with Arthur from the Library of Ohara on Twitter, who was convinced that Garling had word I can't say on YouTube to Shanks' mother.
Ooh, doggy, look at that commercial there.
Which I disagree.
No, I don't think he did it to Shanks' mother. I think that she fell for him.
Agreed with.
I mean, a lot of people fall for Shanks, and this is basically Shanks, right? Figureland Garling is basically young Shanks with a player attitude, but evilly so. Like, he will just sleep with women for just the sake of enjoying them, right? Like, he'll sleep with anyone he wants to, basically. And it doesn't really matter who he leaves behind or who he hurts or anything like that. He has that celestial blood in him. That celestial dragon blood.
It's crossing Garling's moral line, whatever that happens to be, if it exists, but more so because such a straightforward and blunt approach would bore him. It is boring. And it's so much more in line for Garling to make this woman believe that she is loved for 2 whole years before betraying her, stabbing her, and abducting her children. We don't...
Yeah, that seems closer to him in his line of thinking. Because that seems closer to the celestial dragon line of thinking.
See Shanks' mother's face in this chapter, nor do we see Blackbeard's mother's face, actually. And I'm not sure that we ever will see either of them. But Garling saw her face, and my bet is that the expression she was making was one...
I don't really have anything much to say, really. I just like this. The banana Shanks. The banana Figureland. The Banana Land, man.
One of the deepest betrayal. The kind of pain that I don't think words are sufficient to describe, because forget the fatal stab wound. The pain that hurts by far the most here is the mental anguish of having everything you thought to be and hold as true crumble around you in an instant. And that, to Figureland Garling, is infinitely more satisfying than just storming in and taking whatever he wants, as more typical world nobles would do. This man, he is on a different level. And I've always known that Garling was going to be one of the most twisted One Piece characters we've ever had to face, just through the nature of his position. Dude is an Elder Star now, so there is a very high standard of humanity that he has to be lacking to get there. But to make everything so much worse, he tells this dying woman who loved him that he already has another, more suitable wife like...
Yeah, that's... Oof. That is rough, buddy. That is kind of cold. I mean, telling the woman who believes she loved you that, you know, that you're killing her, and you're like, don't worry, I've already got someone else better planned that I'm gonna spend the rest of my life with. That is some woman behavior right there. Like that is pretty doggone evil. And I don't mean that as like general woman. I mean like women are usually like very particular in the type of revenge they have. It's like, so when Garland did this, it's like he had revenge in his mind. It's like, I'm gonna make you painfully suffer. I'm going out of my way here to make you suffer. And that just doesn't, usually if a guy is going to make you suffer, he's just like, straight on, right there it is, you know. He doesn't usually weave in and out and try and do all these things and try to, like, let me get right under your skin and find you the worst way possible to hurt you. That seems more like a woman's approach, right? To compensate for whatever. There's like, let me be surgical in the way I hurt you. That is basically what I'm trying to say is, Figurlin was saying, let me be surgical in the way I'm going to hurt you. But the thing is, I don't even think he was really trying to be surgical about it. Like, he could have been, but I don't think he's putting that much effort into it. It's more of like, oh, this will probably hurt her. And so that's the way he said it.
Which turns out to be Shaki, who Garling plans to win as a prize in the native hunting contest.
And we also know that he doesn't end up with Shaki, because we see that Rayleigh ends up with Shaki. So not only did he kill his wife, he's also like, well, dang, now I'm out of a wife. So it'll be interesting to see how he loses this, because it's supposed to be a contest, right, for killing. And so, like, Shaki existed, so she doesn't have the long hair anymore. Obviously, it's, you know, take that away there, and then Shakuyaku. Which is weird, because, like, she still looks a little bit different.
Says here seems to differ between translations, but the general vibe is that he's referring to Shaki as a luxury product that he's ordered from the wife store. He doesn't say wife store, I added that part, but that's what it sounds like. And that would be another great reason for Shaki to disappear after God Valley, because Garling doesn't seem like the kind of man who would settle for second best if he knew that there was something better and more fitting out there. And with that, I must apologize to everyone who proposed the Shaki is Shanks' mother theory, because it almost kind of came true. If everything had gone according to Garling's plan, then Shaki would have been Shanks' stepmother. And I'd say, amongst all of this...
And if that were to happen, we're pretty sure that Shaki would not have agreed to that union. In which case, then Shanks would have been a forced child, and a certain portion of One Piece would have had a field day with that one.
This pain and suffering, I do love this panel of Shanks and Shamrock together, and I think there's something kind of funny about Shamrock raising 2 arms while Shanks is only raising 1 arm. It's almost like a commentary on the current arm status. They look very similar in this panel though. In the last chapter, they had quite a clear emotional difference, and this may go to show that should things have turned out differently, and say Shamrock was found by Roger, then he would have turned out to be a great guy who gave a hat to Luffy, while Shanks would have become thoroughly indoctrinated by the world noble lifestyle. I think the idea behind this panel is that no one is born inherently good or evil, and that both of these babies are blank canvases that turn out to be such different artworks. However, if you would like to experience a lifestyle of, just sitting there and being served for an hour or two, then I would highly recommend checking out the Calm Belt, which is a channel currently undertaking the project of re-editing the Grand Line Review video library into themed compilations. Very long takes, with no need to pause what your projects that were fully written, recorded, and edited. However, for various different videos, well, they're yours if you want them, I left everything else, and I look forward to we have Monkey D. Dragon, a Marine. Thanks, me. Moving on though, I am so glad we got to see this. After so much speculation, we have Monkey D. Dragon, a Marine, a recruit, or a cadet. 38 years ago, he was present for God Valley. This is something I've suspected for quite some time now, and definitely...
This is a lot of what we suspected. A lot of the fan base has suspected that Dragon was a Marine, that he saw what happened at the valley there, because when we recount the situation there, Garp was very against it. He was embarrassed, like, oh, that incident, I hate that thing there. Even... Like, obviously they had to wipe it away from history and everything like that, but the Marines did not seem too pleased by what went on there. And I don't think it was just teaming up with Roger. Like, that would make them more annoyed than anything else. But they had this sense of, like despair, sadness, like, oh, man, we messed up there kind of situation. And that's what sort of helped reinforce the idea that Dragon was there at the valley, and we know that he is.
I hoped would be the case, and Dragon steps into this chapter looking pretty amazing. He is 17 years old here, which is the same age that Luffy was when he began his journey, and this is the most like Luffy that Dragon has ever looked. And with a rather dramatic eyeliner, Dragon is very strongly evoking the aesthetics of Snake Man Luffy. But Mr. Dragon here is asking far too many questions, one of those questions being, why are we shooting and or gassing civilians? And his superior officer mate, he does not appreciate that at all. As a young Marineman, it is Dragon's job to follow orders unquestioningly, and look, I get that. I do think it's important in a military structure for recruits to default to the chain of command or everything just falls apart, but then again, in a situation like this, where you are doing something so obviously counter to the purpose you believe you served, I'm not sure if I should, but I find it a bit surprising that Dragon is the only Marine even daring enough to conjure a question mark in a thought bubble above his head.
Yeah, so I think this lends towards a general type of organized structure, right? In America, we're very blessed to have our soldiers be encouraged to reject orders that are not right. And I don't mean right as in personal value. I mean like we have very clear rules of like, look, if your commanding officer tells you to harm civilians, that's a big no-no, right? Like you reject that, go contact us, right? They're very clear about certain things, right? You don't tend to see that with things like the 501st, which would be 501st as in the clone troopers, 501st Grand Army of the Republic, led by Anakin Skywalker. You know, like they follow orders, and if need be, under certain circumstances, without question, right? If for some reason Communist Lover watches this because they probably don't want to do the research, the German army did question orders. They were their own separate branch. The SS were more of the ones that just followed da 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 da. Not to say that the German army at the time during World War II didn't follow them, but there was definitely a schism between the two. There was definitely a divide between the SS part and the German army part. And you can kind of see that with how they interacted and with whom, right? Another thing would probably be the Japanese Imperial officers. They weren't really seen as the let's question our superior officer type. They were seen as our superior officer told us to send these Chinese people into the section over there. So, yeah, that was definitely a bad thing that went on.
I guess it goes to show that with the more experienced Marines, what they're doing here isn't even out of the ordinary, which is horrifying in and of itself. And this obviously takes place before Dragon got his face tattoo. But if you do look carefully, you'll still notice that exact pattern on him. At first, I thought this was an armband, and you know what? Maybe it still is. Kind of like what Dragon was wearing on his leg during that short Vegapunk flashback on Ahara. However, Dragon is wearing short sleeves, so this does appear to be an actual tattoo on his arm. Whatever it is, Oda is once again emphasizing that this symbol is extremely important to Dragon, and there's probably a very good reason why he decided to have his face sided with it. It won't be because of God Valley, though, because Dragon meeting Vegapunk on Ahara didn't happen until 16 years after the God Valley incident, so outside and far away from all of this, we still probably have a much deeper personal tragedy incoming for Dragon that drives him to get that tattoo. However, that is a story for another flashback.
Yeah, the tattoos are an interesting thing. I wonder if they're going to have super significance, or it's just going to be like, oh yeah, this is just what happens. It could be a mark like every time that the world government does this action. Maybe it's for like every... Excuse me. Maybe it's like for every island that blows up, there's like, oh yes, this is what we're working with here. So...
Dragon's main story in this flashback appears to be that he discovers Shanks' dying mother, although I have seen some people confuse this for Teach's mother, which is understandable because Toddler Teach is featured in the very next panel, but it's definitely Shanks' mother, because it looks like she's either crawl...
Yeah, so that's also another sad thing, because we know about Teach. Teach was said to be an orphan, went to work for Whitebeard or anything like that. But in the story, for those of you who've been following along, if not a little bit of brief spoilers, Teach's mom and his two sisters are on the island there with him during the events of God Valley. So there's going to be some blood. There are going to be lives lost. And it's a little bit sad because Rox sent him there to try and save him. You know, that was his home place there. And so that is why Rox is there. Rox is there because he's there to say... Excuse me, Rox is there because he's like, I gotta save my family. So, but we'll see what he touches on this, because he hasn't mentioned the big thing yet, so...
into the building or being dumped here by Garlic. There's a trail of blood leading to her rapidly depleting of life body, and despite the immense tragedy, something amazing could be happening here. As if Dragon honors this woman's words and is responsible for getting at least Shanks to safety or plays a part in it, then that would mean that Dragon is the reason why Luffy had his mentor and became the man he is today. It is a case of very indirect parenting, but it looks like Dragon has had a much bigger role in Luffy's life than he previously got credit for. And as if Oda didn't make this chapter tragic enough already, we are also briefly shown a scene of the slaves, I guess, the rabbits for the contest being brought into God Valley. I did love seeing Ginny again, her loss, and it still feels a bit fresh to me, which I guess is thanks to the anime because we only just got past the Kuma flashback there, but it is so great to see this happy face again. Child Ginny was so much like Luffy and was a much needed source of light prior to the...
Oof. That's rough, buddy. Man, everyone's dying in this. dying in the series.
But one of my favorite parts of this chapter by far is the appearance of this doofus. Big News Morgans, or actually just Morgans, sporting the news fashion of 38 years ago. And in case you didn't notice, you must see this. Big News Morgans is also flanked by 2 news coups from 38 years ago, and apparently they all wore smart-looking hats like men used to do back in ye older days. I'm very surprised to see Morgans here for a couple of reasons. One is that you would have thought that he would have been too young to be reporting on this event. Morgans is only 15 years old at this point in time, but he has appointed himself the president of the World Economic Journal. A very, very bold title, both job and newspaper, because I love that during this time, Morgans was just running a fledgling localish newspaper. He ran a small business, which Morgans was able to build and build through a unique talent to gather information as well as to extort bodies like the world government. And just how bold is it for a 15-year-old?
Imagine bringing your side project to life just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Bird with 2 employees to extort Cypherpol. Morgans, he is such an interesting dude because it looks like he came from nothing, and today he almost has a monopoly on global communications. I must know more about Bird. However, his success is because even in these early days, Morgans was determined to tell the greatest story in the world, and regardless of whether the world government paid him off, he was going to leak this information to Hachinosu simply to start one of the greatest conflicts that we have seen in modern times. So, to clarify, Ginny aboard the slave ship sent out a general communication revealing the God Valley prizes, and that communication was picked up by Cypherpol, but also by Morgans, who both...
We still don't know who Morgans is. Like, right now, Morgans is... He's a mystery. Like, he's not silver, he's not copper, he's not gold. Excuse me. Ugh, he doesn't seem to be. He's not Whitebeard, he's not Rox, he's not Big Mom Kaido, Shiki, you know, he's not any of these people. He's not Silver Axe, he's not Wang Ji, he's not... the trader for the Rux Pirates that looks like Caribou. You know, we don't know who this is. At least I don't. I mean, there are some theories here, but probably gonna have to kick it off after this one, guys. We may watch some more One Piece tomorrow, or I may drift off to sleep. You know, we don't know. We'll have to see how this does and whatnot. And I guess what I'm feeling up to, you know. But yeah, because it is going on a little late here. Could use some sleepy time. But yeah.
Ginny and Ivankov appear to know about. They seem to refer to him as an informant. But different translations say different things, so I'm going to wait on that. But it was Morgans who then fed Ginny's information to Hachinosu, and it was that information, I believe, that spread to Roger. And without his desire for the dramatic, Ginny's effort would have amounted to nothing. So we do have to thank our Big Bird friend here, because he...
I'm just pausing because I just want to see what he looks like there, see if I can deduct any clues off of this. Zoda likes to put clues in these things here. The cape kind of looks like Sabo's cape. Because capes aren't too big of a thing. Like, they are, but not with that color scheme. Not with the black and blue. Right? Does the feather give anything away? The steam hat? I mean, he definitely has the aesthetic of the revolutionaries, right? He also kind of looks like an eagle, a bit. I know he's supposed to be an albatross, but he kind of looks like an eagle in that there. Like, he almost looks a little bit like an Uncle Sam type, right? The old look, the top hat, the rolled up sleeves. Red, white, and blue aesthetic. But I guess it could be considered pink, but yeah.
Does spend half of our time helping us, even if the other half is spent hindering us. And so, as we know, everyone is now converged onto God Valley with the aim to save Shaki. Except for 2 things.
And it would kind of keep in line because America is very big on freedom of speech, freedom of press. So that's kind of our shtick amongst that and the guns.
So first up, the Rock Pirates are intercepted by King...
Well, that, the guns, and Christianity.
Harold, you know, the guy who this flashback was originally meant to be about, and they do some diplomacy, Rox and Hal. They sit down and drink together, which is quite reminiscent of Roger and Whitebeard drinking together.
Something interesting, right? Rox's flag, his symbol of his flag, looks a lot like Haruden and Loki's father, whose name escapes me. Maybe it'll pop up here.
Onto God Valley with the aim to save Shaki. Except for 2 things. First up, the Rock Pirates are intercepted by King Harold, you know, the guy who this flashback was originally meant to be about, and they do some diplomacy.
Yeah, he has that whole King Harold aesthetic for the
Rox and Hal, they sit down and drink together, which is
symbol on the flag
Roger and Whitebeard drinking together that one last time, which is also where Roger revealed the secret behind his name. And so here Rox decides to drop the bombshell of the year, which is that his name is not Rox D. Zebek. It is actually Davy D. Zebek.
That's right, folks. Blackbeard is a Davy, as in Davy Jones, as in I'm a Davy man, you know, when he goes to Emu.
Pose makes Marshall D. Teach actually Davy D. Teach, and they...
which makes the whole meeting over there, again, very, very interesting. Something also a little interesting there is that it looks like his socks there are colored the same as, what's his name? He has a black coat there. I wonder if, right? Similar black coat. Blue puffs there. Kind of looks a little bit like the clown there. A little bit like,
are both direct descendants of Davy Jones. Although it turns out that the narrator lied to us about that name as well, because Davy Jones is actually Davy D. Jones. David Jones. My grandmother used to work in one of those, which I guess cans the idea that the D in the Will of D stood for Davy, because then his name would just be Davy Jones. But the Davy clan, they're particularly taboo amongst even those wielding the massive D. The world government are more than happy to entertain monkeys and jaguars in their system, but the name Davy is something so purge-worthy that up until the end of this chapter, nobody even knew that any of them still existed. And Rox, he has such a devastating line during this conversation, though this really hit me, where he says that it doesn't feel like luck is on his side anymore, and it feels like fate has now taken full control of his life. That makes me very sad, because this is what eventually happens with the Will of D. Luck fuels the D-Clan members throughout their entire lives until it is time to fulfill their ultimate purpose. Then suddenly luck runs out, and fate takes them into the next life in the most poetic of ways possible. And in this case, such poetry is that Rox's home island, coincidentally, happens to be God Valley, which is where his wife and child are currently being held as super rare rabbits for the hunting contest. And we even see Tiny Teach on the last page of this chapter. And with a childhood like this, mate, it's got to be difficult not to grow up to become the villain. Bartholomew Kuma managed to do it, but no one else is him. So all of the Rox pirates now think they are going to God Valley to rescue Shaki, which also that. But Rox is secretly using this as an excuse so that he can go and save his family, and he knows that this is going to be his last stand. That's the impression I get from his words. And just on that, it is almost certainly Teach and his mother, who Garling was speaking about in the previous chapter, the discovery that Emu would be pleased with, not Uranus or anything, as at the end of this chapter, our world noble master of ceremonies announces that they have more super rare rabbits in addition to Buccaneer Bartholomew Kuma, and after, get this, 800 years, they have uncovered more members of the Davy clan. So the world government haven't officially encountered any Davies since the Void Century ended, meaning that this entire clan was supposedly wiped out. And something I didn't notice at first is that Oda appears to have retconned part of the God Valley incident that we saw in chapter 1096. You may remember that the God Valley native hunting contest,
Oh, look, I think it looks like a little figurine garling there. At least that's what that's supposed to be there, I think. You have someone with a Wano hat. You've got someone with like a circular there. Could be a celestial dragon, or it could be like some kind of top big brimmed hat there. Someone who looks a little bit like Caesar Clown. A little Yoda.
Iconically featured 6 prize chests to be awarded to those who win the most points, with 2 of those chests including Kuma's future Devil Fruit and Kaido's future Devil Fruit. Well, imagine my surprise when I was re-examining the chests in this chapter, only to discover that there are now 9 chests.
That's right, 9 chests. Can you believe it?
And many of them also have different unique designs, as opposed to the uniform chest design that we saw in Kuma's flashback. Now, I'm not pointing this out to be nitpicky and go, oh, inconsistency, bad storytelling, story man. Not at all. I'm pointing this out because this is exciting. It means that Oda has gone back, thought about this, and decided that 6 chests was not enough for whatever it is that he wants to do, and that we actually needed 9 prizes, with Shaki, of course, acting as the ultimate 10th prize. And again, we know what 2 of these prizes are, but that means that there are now 7 mystery prizes remaining, all of which have the potential to be something as mind-blowing as Kaido's Devil Fruit. And I do wonder how many of the fruits in these chests that Big Mom managed to scoop up. When she heard about prizes in this chapter, her first thought was about feeding them to her kids, so within these chests may be the Devil Fruits of Charlotte Perispera, Katakuri, Daifuku, Oven, and who knows how many more. But I'm looking at this chapter, right, and it is real difficult not to come to the conclusion that Rox was the good guy all along. And with that belief, it becomes even harder to see Roger defeating him here, or for that matter, clashing with Rox at all. Why would he do it? Rox and Roger have essentially a shared interest on this island. They're both here to rescue Shaki, and Rox...
So, the thought could be that once, Figureland kills Rox's wife and 2 daughters, Rox just loses it. He's just like, okay, my family's dead. I have nothing else to live for. So I'm gonna take everyone else down with me. I am wiping the board out. Everyone dies. It's basically, he just loses it. He just snaps. He's like, okay, you take away what I love. Now I'm taking away all of you. Gone forever. And that's when Roger and Garp's just like, look, there's other people on here. There's innocent people on here. You can't do this. And then Rox is just like, oh yeah, try and stop me. And so I think that's where that battle comes from there, right? He may get to see young Thatch/Blackbeard go off, or he may die without thinking or knowing. Could be that, But I really do think the death of his wife and daughters are going to be what flips that switch. He's just like, that's the thing that gets us to go tentatively root for him. And I say tentatively because, let's face it, he's still a pirate. He's still doing bad things, right? But tentatively, it's when he flips that switch like, oh, It's game over, yeah! That's what's really flipping.
Is also here to rescue some extra summons as well. I don't think that should offend Roger. So just how does this event turn into everybody ganging up on Rox? And I'm starting to feel like it could be that the Rox Pirates do not talk about their time with this crew, not because it was awful and they hated every second of it, but because they treasured it, and the end of this crew was just far too tragic to want to remember. It is a wound that they do not want to reopen. Because that's what's happening here. Rox isn't going into this as some supervillain threatening to destroy the planet. He's going in as a concerned father. A concerned father whose luck has run out, and all that's left is for the Will of D to do what Will of D does best, and for Rox to go out with a smile on his face on the island that he was born. Just as Roger would go on to do a couple of decades after him.
What makes someone's work a work of art?
So that's going to be it for today, guys. I am getting a little pooped there. It's going on 1 o'clock. We've been running for about 4 hours now. I'll probably close this out in about 4 minutes, just so that we get a solid 4 hours in here. But yeah, that's kind of the situation here. That's what we're looking at. That appears to be what we're dealing with here. So, yeah, I'll give you a little sneak peek here, partially because this is... Oh boy. Oh, not that one. This one? Nope, not that one either. Not this one. That one's enjoyable, right? Yeah, not this one either. Spoilers right there, that's what that is. Okay, this is a continuation off of last time. Unfortunately, we're starting at the beginning here. But it's about 4 minutes, so there we go. This is... We'll switch. We will switch this over here. The Hot Wheels! Beat that. Hot Wheels. Hot Wheels World Race. Dunzo. Yeah, that's... Yeah. Where was I? Here? Yep, alright. Here we go. So before we go into this, the CGI is going to be a little dated. It's from the early 2000s. It's going to be a little bit of a tough chew. I just want to preface that. This is going to be a little rough here. Yeah, so hopefully you can stick with me through this as we chew through the Hot Wheels here. And once that happens, we will be getting to a much smoother and much better story with Acceleracers. So, but I want to make sure it's documented, so here we go. I'm doing this for you guys. We're starting over, watching the World Race again.
I don't know why we keep failing. I've built a new kind of car, the fastest in the world.
Maybe you should build a new kind of driver.
A new kind of driver.
Far out, bro. Tony Hawk Pro Skating.
Bummer. Next time you want to lose to me, Alec, try surfing. Water's a lot softer.
We ought to get up a team, Vert. Surf or skateboards, either one. We could get sponsored.
Haven't you heard? I'm a team of one.
Oh yeah, I'm cool like
Later.
that. I do like that. He's just like, yeah, I'm on my own. Later, punk. Okay, see you next week. Hold on, did he just come from... Okay, I was gonna say, it looks like he came from a closed-in cul-de-sac. So, I don't think he was grinding off of anything, so it's a little odd there that was lined up like that.
What's up, Dad?
My squadron's shipping out. High alert.
But you were gonna take me to get my driver's license.
But Dad, it doesn't matter if the military or secret organizations for the military need you. You promised to get me a pony.
I can drop you off at the testing center, Vert, but I don't have time to wait for you.
I can take you to the pony store, son, but I'm not gonna wait there while you pick one out.
But I've been waiting 16 years.
But, like, I was born. And it wasn't my choice.
Anyway, what's the point of having a license without a car?
Even if I got what I wanted, it still wouldn't be what I wanted. God.
Look, I'm sorry I have to go, especially on your birthday, but I've got a responsibility to my squadron. We're a team, and as a team...
You said as soon as I was 16 I could drive...
Listen, son, I'm sorry. It's just, you know, when it comes to life, it's gonna hand you lemons and you've gotta learn to make lemonade. But, Dad, it's my birthday!
I have the car.
Skateboards, surfing, now cars. Someday you'll find out what's really important.
Huh. Recreational activities. If you were a real man, son, you would be doing what I'm doing. Living a very dull, stiff, 3 martini, 4 scotch lunch diet.
You mean more important than what I want?
I am a... That's a decently good angry face right there. I'm so upset at you, Dad.
You can't always do what you want. You have to think about other people.
I'm giving you good advice right now. Accept it.
I'm gonna be the best driver in the world.
Not without a car, you're not.
I don't have time for this now, Ferd. Do you want me to drop you off or not?
You know, the dad's been pretty chill with it. Like, very understanding, very chill. He's like, look, yes, I gave you my word. I'm sorry. I didn't expect the United States military to call in an all-hands-on-deck here. If you're upset, don't be upset with me. Be upset with whatever problem is causing all hands to be on deck. Department of Motor Vehicles. That is a very weird-looking Department of Motor Vehicles, my guy. Like, maybe it looks like that in other stuff, but I mean, like, also, look at that. That is nasty. That does not hold up well. At the time, if you, like, close your eyes to, like, a squint, it still looks kind of blocky right there. Like, that tire looking a little blocky right there, son. That car is not getting good gas mileage, I'll tell you that much. Oh, look at that. Look at that. I mean, that's cool that you get some of the reflection there. I think it's reflection. It looks like a reflection. Kind of a weird reflection, though. It's like super detailed reflection right here. Weird looking hand. Looks like a person. It looks like that that alien from outer space in that really old space movie. It's just like a giant white suit. And you see it also in like the Nest levels, O-Net or Earthbound, right? It looks like that figure. It's just like there's the little head, there's his arm, there's his leg in the suit, there's his other leg in the suit, there's his other arm, right?
You made a perfect score on the written test and the driving test.
Your father must be very proud. Let's take a look here. We've got expires 01/18/2007. So this is definitely expired license there, Mr. Visti Hot Wheel? Mr. Hot Wheel?
Your father must be very proud.
Also, what is this symbol? Like, it looks kind of like a wave, but it could also be like a dying tadpole, or like some kind of weird spirit, or like the end of a Bulbasaur's vine whip that's caught on fire with ember. Also, what is this? Is this like some kind of weird little turtleneck thing? Also, look, it's a Tesla truck.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, I would like to point out, I didn't notice this till before, but that's a real blunder there. You got purple wheels.
Yeah, thanks.
Now you have green wheels. Ah, man, I hope somebody was fired for that blunder. Sweet ride.
Whoa. Check it out.
Look at those movie reel wheels. And that logo on the side there.
Whoa. Check it out.
It even has Hot Wheels logo on top. Highway 35. I don't know what this Hot Wheels is, but I like it. It even comes with 2 free surfboards. Radical. That is a pretty cool way to open up, but it's got to be hard to get in that way, right? And get out of it that way.
Greetings. Because of your extraordinary abilities, you have been chosen to take part in the world race.
Look at that. Look at my guy. Look at this Gary Stu. He already got the... He already got us. That's what happens. That's what happens when you ace your driving instructions and you ace the test. In the written portion and the application portion is that you get anonymous organizations delivering free cars to you. Whoa. I mean, that's okay. Like, it's kind of weird looking. That's okay.
Drivers with unique skills have been recruited from all over the world.
VIP room.
Some with experience at the highest levels of professional racing. And others whose full talents have not yet been discovered.
Apparently, Vert is that guy.
I'm looking for the greatest driver in the world.
Greatest driver, you say? Look at him, his little malicious little eyebrows. He's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do something evil, something bad.
Then follow the map on the GPS screen.
Like, I'm just gonna point out, right? Like, this is a movie and stuff like that, but this is really weird. This is a really weird circumstance. But I mean, I guess if you're a kid who's just got your driver's license, like, what's the worst that could happen? Right? Look at that block. Look at that little Lego block. Oh, so beautiful. I don't know what those little red things are. Also, why is he wearing that weird jumpsuit? Oh, that. Let's watch that again. That there is beautiful. Let's watch that go in there. Oh yeah, that nice slide in there. Oh, look at that. Oh, that is, the ground was still moving even when the car and the building were not. That is beautiful.
Welcome to the Handler Proving Ground.
Yo, what's up,
I see that you've all found your driving suits. My name is Peter Tesla. I'm the founder and president of the Scrim Corporation. I've invented the most advanced racing technology the world has ever seen.
Alrighty. So that places us... That's a little taste of what we got going on. We may kick that off tomorrow, just that way we can have some fun with it. But I'm thinking that is it, guys. That is probably it for tonight. So, thanks for joining. Thanks for being one of my viewers here and being one of my followers. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your evening and get some good rest.